Okay, I think it's time to begin. Oh my goodness. Alright, it's been a while. It's been a while since I. It's been a while. Been a while. Sorry if I was a little late, but I had to finish up a game, so I was a little late. But let's just give me a second. Okay, I think I'm ready now. Alright, guys. So, what's up? Showing the stream. Just put this in garbage. There we go. Alright, guys. So today we're gonna be doing a react to anything. I am gonna do a little bit of updates. So yeah. So tomorrow, mouse PI. No debate. But so I do want to chat a little bit and basically just talk about what's going on. So let's just put the scene here. All right. So we're gonna talk about pretty much everything. Not everything, but there's some things that you gotta talk about real quick. Ready to go? Yeah, my freaking laptop died. It died when I was sleeping. So Cody's Mother's Day gift. Speaking of Mother's Day gift, I do have to write down my Mother's Day gift card. So, Thunder Lakers, Thunder are winning. They're winning so far, aka they're gonna win the series. Um, there's this game that came out called Mixtape. Like I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's basically made by like woke people and shit. So yeah, it's like a woke. It's basically like it's more like a fucking movie than it is a game. 'Cause you do more scene watching than actual doing the freaking gaming and all that shit. Um, let me see. I'm trying to see something. Oh my gosh, man. Picks up a foul literally before just. Oh yeah. So I did get Tomodachi Life. I got the new Tomodachi Life. I've been basically playing it every single day. Um, Mixtape, the game's journals game of the year. Oh my god, yeah. Let's see. You can watch this.
I had a crazy idea. We were surprised that no one had done it before.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you, I didn't even know this game came out. It was just like, hey, yeah, this game called Mixtape came out. I'm like, oh.
Oh! Ew! Dude! What the fuck?
Hey everybody, how's it going? Bit of a shorter video today, but
Bit of a shorter video, 20, 30 minutes, bro. I don't know how it's a bit of a shorter video.
have you guys seen the buzz around this game lately? It's called Mixtape, and it's raking in 10 out of 10 scores from what feels like the majority of game journalist outlets. Stepping into Metacritic here, and you even see a perfect 100 score from IGN. It's their first 10 out of 10 of the year, and this isn't unique to IGN either. Other scores from VGC.
Isn't that kind of suspicious how every single games journalist is giving it a 10 out of 10, 100, 95, 90, all these high scores? That's awfully suspicious when you have a games journal saying that, bro.
The sixth axis, etc., pushed its open critic average to 93, which is currently the highest for this year. Higher than Resident Evil Requiem, Pokemon Pocopia, Pragmata, Crimson Desert, all those games. They can't even reach Mixtape's heels. IGN cites that Mixtape is a musical delight from start to finish and sets a new standard for coming-of-age stories in video games, doing so with a masterful sense of style. This, along mentions of nostalgia, seem to be the theme for every review glazing this game. By all observable metrics, I would say that we are definitely looking at the Game Journalist Game of the Year. Shit, maybe even the Game Journalist Game of the Generation. I mean, you compare some of these scores to last year's Expedition 33, and even though Expedition 33 ended up growing critically and commercially, if you take individual...
It's kind of crazy how, again, that's how you know it's kind of suspicious when you have a game that came... Don't forget, this game basically came out of nowhere. Nobody was talking about it at all until recently. Like if that's not suspicious, then I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Scores, some of the outlets giving Mixtape a full 100 score on these places like OpenCritic and Metacritic gave Expedition 33 like a 90 or a 92, that kind of thing. And other outlets and even entire institutions in the games industry like BAFTA games, dedicated to celebrating games, awarding games, surely you guys have heard of the BAFTA awards, they're choosing to, highlight other things about Mixtape, such as this nasty ass shit that happens at some point in the game. I don't even know if I can show it on YouTube. I mean, I think I can. I don't think it's a problem to show this because it looks so stupid, but I'm going to blur it anyway because it's for my sake so that I don't have to look at it while I'm editing, and it's for your sake too, because trust me, you don't want to see none of this.
And I've got to say, in all honesty, it's the biggest piece of dog shit.
It's just that awkward and off-putting. Two nasty-ass mouths clashing together, gapped open with tongues sticking out, twisting their tongues all around one another, fucking saliva all over the place. Like, who the fuck made this, dude? And who is it for? What is this, dude? And as if that wasn't enough, it's also a coming-of-age story. So what does it mean when you're coming of age? Well, it means that you're still underage. So in other words, what the industry prefers to highlight and straight up praise is a nasty-ass game of tongue wrestling between minors. Again,
yeah, and these are the same people that criticize that basically say, hey, if you like the relationship between Diana and the main male character, then you're a pedophile. Those are the same people that say that exact same bullshit. So it's just blatant hypocrisy. It's like, yeah, you want to see this, you don't mind this whole nasty ass scene, but just a father-daughter dynamic between two of the main characters and Pragmata. Oh, that's a big issue. That tells you something, man.
Who's this for? Was this commissioned by fucking Epstein or something? What the fuck is this? Is this legal? Maybe they're already 18, maybe they just turned, maybe that's it, maybe you're in the final day of coming of age. I don't know. Does it even matter? That's really the question here. But regardless of that mini game over there, I have so much more to say. And I don't want to crash out this early and start ranting, but it's not like I even have much of a choice here, because this bullshit is far more graphic than anything done or shown, even in a game like Stellar Blade. And what did these losers do with Stellar Blade? Well, they crashed out. They crashed out so hard that they did it twice. Once for the console release in 2024, and then last year with the PC release, they crashed out again. And then later in the summer, they crashed out a third time, over something I don't even remember anymore. I don't know if it was a mod update or maybe an event update that the developers added, but yeah, something got journos salty because I remember covering it. It was this video right here, going over PC Games hypocrisy, where the same moron writing articles about how Stellar Blade is an incel gooner game was writing articles praising and losing his composure at the bear sex scene in Baldur's Gate 3. And I mean, just in general, really, like I remember even in 2024, the crash outs happened multiple times. Like when Stellar Blade did a Nier Automata crossover, where they put 2B's outfit in the game, and it looked amazing because, portion-wise, Eve had even bigger, assets. And so of course off they went, losing their shit a bit more over there, just because it's a very good-looking woman. She's not sloshing anything around anywhere. You don't got X-ray vision into her... I better shut up. Number one, because I'm still sick and so I can't laugh too much. It triggers a cough attack. But also number two, I think I got family that watches the show and I need to maintain my immaculate reputation as a quiet, polite boy. Also, not even that long ago, the developers of Marvel Rivals just released a skin for Black Cat, I believe, or released the character just now, and the modern audience was once again losing their composure because of how she looks in the game, because in Marvel Rivals, they present the characters very strikingly, like those developers, they don't care about any of this prudism that we've got going on here. I mean, they don't put them naked on screen. Again, there's nothing sloshing around, but they're stylish and powerful. They don't have any qualms about having to hide their body parts.
Again, it's hypocritical because these are the same people that are usually like furries and all that bullshit. Again, it's just super hypocritical.
Or
they complain about females getting sexualized and all that bullshit. And you have this fucking image of fucking this nasty ass image of people of freaking tongues fighting each other and shit like that. Like, come on, man.
Great physique. This is how she looks in the game. I'll put the picture up so you can see for yourself. Is this too much? Is this presentation for Black Cat too much, fellas? Is it too graphic? Apparently for these people it is, but this isn't. Yeah, how lovely. But anyway, forget about Stellar Blade and forget about Marvel Rivals for a second. Let's just completely forget about...
Oh no, yeah, what about Concord? What happened to that? Niggas, you got the modern audience complaining about praising Concord and demoting and chicken trashing Morales, but guess who won? Which one's still fun? Which one's Silver still running?
This tongue jousting scene is far more graphic and lewd than anything stated or developed by CI Games for their upcoming Lords of the Fallen 2 game, and yet Lords of the Fallen 2...
And people were complaining about the female... Oh my... People just complain, man. They'll complain about the fucking female art, the armor and shit like that. I'm just like, oh my gosh.
Steam has been getting hounded and set aside by the industry just because of having announced that they would be working hard on making stylish, flashy armor sets and outfits for female characters as well as the male characters in their sequel. I'm sorry for bringing this up again. I know that I've been bringing up this thing with Lords of the Fallen 2 very...
Oh, you can put this. You can just put this in your game and it's fine. You don't have to be a big huge loser about it. Well, yeah, you can't. Well, that's the thing. The thing is, if they put this in the game and nobody expects it, and then people find out, they're gonna complain about it either way. So again, it's a damned if you damned if you don't situation. Like, I'm sorry, bro.
Often over the past couple of months. It's because the hypocrisy does not stop coming, dude. And they don't relent, really. They keep attacking this studio just because of these aspects. You guys already know about that thing I usually show where they blatantly say that the studio and their fans...
Also, what happened to that game with the female knight? It's like Ex Voto 1489 or some shit like that. What happened to that? Because that got some buzz, and then it came out, and then nobody talked about it ever again. Nobody talked about it. Do you wonder what happened to that game?
Are all the wrong kind of people. But just a few days ago from the recording of this video, more has happened. The devs came out and announced some of those new female armors that they've been working on, and they even worked together in a sponsored video type of thing with this content creator, the background NPC. You may recognize her actually from last year. She's the one who got that huge boost from Asmongold in his community. They worked together with her, announced some new armor designs, and in comes another soy boy trying to knock them and their work down. And they weren't the only ones either. Worked together with her, announced some new armor designs, and in comes another soy boy trying...
The greatest chud of a gamer is crying tears of joy looking at this saying gaming is saved. This kind of specific sexy, air quotes, design to purely appeal to Western chuds, still getting the SGWs don't want like this, culture wars, and have not tried. Any tried and true hold-ons. I will not elaborate. Yeah, sure.
Trying to knock them.
Well, one's name is Truntastic Fagatron. Let me see.
Some new armor designs, and in comes another soy boy.
Yeah, one's name's Truntastic Fagatron. Not yeah, don't that he's stupid. And then let's see here. Yeah.
Trying to knock them, and
Holy fuck! Just make a good game. Can you imagine Miyazaki was giving us Millennia Feet updates mid development? I don't think I've seen again. They tried to monetize. We aren't like woke. We swear. Look, we aren't not. We look how we not woke. We are more than these guys. Yeah. Yet Concord when it does the reverse, then people still cheer. And then it's funny because the same people that let's be honest here, these people that criticize Lords of the Fallen for the female character designs are not the same people that we're not the ones that fucking were playing Concord 24/7 and trying to support it. No.
their work down, and they weren't the only ones either.
A lot of extremely aloof and super not bothered people who don't care about the culture. We are drawn to things like flies to rotting meat and let you know how much it does not bother them. Who wise is bad. Insane how this game slowly built on good faith of players release. The CEO got directly involved and flipped this into desperate pandering to cultural freaks and anti-PC chuds who get scared of reading Type A/B.
Either
Again, if it's the reverse, then they're all for it.
doesn't even
Love Lords of the Fallen. I'm hyped for Lords of the Fallen too, but this game wants beautiful monk strategy honestly pretty gross and feels like cheap engagement bait. Not all of us accept attractiveness. Give us great gameplay, distinct art style, compelling story. That's yeah, sure. And then this is so funny. This armor sets are largely fine, but the stench of insecurity off it's embarrassing. You can tell you can like what you like about signaling. The thing itself ought to be simple signal enough, no? Unapologetic basic when they separate so much implied apology. Again, if they didn't tell if they just tell anyone about this and then this was in the game, these people would complain all the same. So again, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. They're gonna complain either way. They're gonna complain that the thing is in it, this type of armor set is in there in the first place. They don't care if the Lords of the Fallen accounts promoted or not. The fact that if they open if they I think they'd even be more angry if they fucking if they didn't tell them about it. They're like, oh, you guys didn't want to tell us the armor because it shows you how much chuds you are, some dumb shit like that. Again, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. You're not gonna win it. You're not gonna please these people unless you fucking do what they want to do.
matter if they work with a woman that's not even any woman. Like, they didn't even work with Vara Dark, who already has a piss poor reputation with these people. No, now she's a problem to the background NPC. Yeah,
Shit, I didn't realize that the background NPC involved in these generic and uninspired 60 armors. Okay. Right.
she's a problem too, fam. And these people will have a problem with everybody. Like, you look at this girl, they having a problem with her already. It really is. You have an opinion on that side, you're a problem. Let's have a look at some soy boy headlines. These new female armor designs are typical of the direction Lords of the Fallen 2 developer CI Games has decided to go down. Lords of the Fallen 2's idea of female armor is downright embarrassing. Oh really? These tasteful dark fantasy inspired female armors that look gorgeous, that look exactly like what I missed so much from the game's industry, which was these armor sets and outfits for female characters that were designed specifically to fit their bodies, designed to contour their curves and highlight their features, just like the same sort of fantasy armor for male characters, instead of it just being like a big sack of potatoes that fits over their body. That right there is supposed to be embarrassing embarrassing for these people. But on the other hand, the shit show of controlling tongues sloshing together is what is getting universal praise. I must be out of my damn mind. I must genuinely not be seeing what I'm seeing. Game journalism can seriously be this broken where normal female armors that were standard in stylish dark fantasy RPGs or hack and slash games back then are something shameful and embarrassing that needs to be culled from gaming. But hey, you know, make a 3-hour-long movie game about teenagers sloshing tongues together, riding skateboards, frolicking in the woods, and talking in their bedrooms to the sound of nostalgia-bait music tracks, a 3-hour-long $20 game that plays trendy songs that these game journals heard when they were growing up or something like that. It's the lowest form of member berry simulator, except there aren't even any member berries. It's just a goddamn familiar soundtrack. And shit. Here you go.
Yeah, it's not even a real indie game because apparently the person who was the main like head of the game is the daughter of a guy who owns Oracle, like a multi-billionaire company. So basically, she's using capitalism to promote her basically to promote her fucking leftist agenda. By far, leftists hate capitalism. Fucking dumbass.
Go, boss. A 10 out of 10. Funny thing I saw while I was browsing some embarrassing reviews of this game was this thumbnail from Smash JT. Apparently he thinks that the game is astroturfed, and he isn't the only one. I saw some people say the same type of thing earlier on social media, speculating that maybe, just maybe, all this hype and attention and 10s out of 10s were astroturfed. But honestly, I don't think they are, fellas. I think the people who played this game and gave it a 10 and won't shut up about it online are feeling genuinely this good about the game. That's what astroturfing refers to, by the way, in case some of my English as a second language homies in the chat don't recognize the term. It basically means faking something's popularity. But yeah, no, I think people genuinely are loving this, and I'm going to read you an excerpt from the IGN review to show why. Quote, "True nostalgia isn't a replication of a specific place or a time, but a feeling.
And pause, that's the thing. Feelings are illogical. Feelings can cloud your judgment, and that's the problem. The point of the fucking story is to get you in your feels. So that's a problem because if you're in your feelings and all that shit, then it's gonna be and then if you're too much in your feelings, then you're not gonna really judge this series this game critically, or as critical as possible, because basically you're basically feeling.
It's those flashes of emotion that transport us back into memories that have long sat dormant. I was born too late to be a teenager in the 90s. I grew up thousands of miles away from the schools of Northern California. I've barely stepped onto a skateboard outside of a couple of scraped knees in the summer of 2003. But none of that matters, and Mixtape knows it. Australian developer Beethoven and Dinosaur fills each and every moment of its coming-of-age tale with incredible music, perfectly handpicked to set the tone for its free-flowing chapters in a way that only nostalgia can. As original as it is reverential, it's a masterfully constructed dose of new memories hinged brilliantly on how they remind us of our own. The coming-of-age story is perhaps my favorite framework in all of fiction, that longing for a time that I did not live in, and being given a chance to hang out with friends who never knew me, are sensations I find myself coming back to often. This is far from the first video game to tackle the concept, of course, but it might be the first one to have nailed the tonal balance that hits it just right for me.
Yeah, it doesn't explain the tonal balance. Again, it's just feeling. It's just, I feel, it feels like I long for it. It's like sensations. It's just like, it's feeling. It's annoying. Not really actually, thinking critically about the story or whatnot, or thinking critically about the game and all that stuff. It's just, it feels all this nostalgia. It's a bunch of feeling, and that's not really that's not proper review.
I've tried to enjoy the Life is Strange series more than once, but it's always leaned into corny territory just a little too much for my taste. Mixtape, on the other hand, feels more rooted in how actual people talk, and is all the better for it. Sweet without being saccharine, thoughtful but never forced, and always funny. Phew! Alright, that was a long one, and boy was it specific. As much as a 10 out of 10 for this game sounds like a joke, and as much of a joke as IGN already is in general, these words came from the heart, and I can guarantee that because I have felt exactly what this reviewer is talking about, just not about Mixtape. I know exactly what it is that he's saying when he's describing that whole thing about nostalgia in the first paragraph. Some game developers are generally very good at capturing and manufacturing those feelings in their games through a mix of extremely competent world design with lived-in cozy spaces that aren't exactly supposed to remind you of home, they're just supposed to look like a home that you would like, themes of friendship and memories and this whole coming-of-age story, and then number one, music. And therein lies the disconnect that some people are getting here. This game isn't meant to give you nostalgia in the sense of it looking like your teenage years and reflecting that experience back to you. It's just meant to be pretty, shiny, sparkly smoke and mirrors. That's it. And all of it tightly compacted into a very short experience that you can bang out in one sitting. The first paragraph I understand entirely, and this is why I know these people aren't astroturfing the game. They are genuinely enamored because, I don't know, the game got them by the balls.
Marathon's got me by the balls.
Their brains are small, and somehow, after years and years of working in the games industry, they are still gullible enough to fall for the bare minimum. This dude, being a big fan of coming-of-age stories, is basically carrying the whole thing for him, because, for example, in this second paragraph, he mentions how Life is Strange is something that he tried getting into, but the corny dialogue was too much for him. Now, there's two things here that I'd like to point out first, which is it's very important that you specify which Life is Strange you're talking about, because Life is Strange has been lost a long time ago. There are two types of this game now. There are the originals from the original developers who have stopped working on this series almost a full decade ago, and then there's the other ones, which were basically Square Enix trying to milk the success of the original with a fucking new development team that they picked up from Temu and rebranded. But it's basically useless for me to even be bringing this up right now because obviously I can't get the reviewer to... Well, is he gonna call me? Oh, hey, Des. I was talking about the second one. Like, it's pointless, right? But regardless, it's kind of an insane thing to say, because Mixtape is Corn Central. Not just in the dialogues, but in the shit that we're presented with. I mean, I just showed you a goddamn clip of...
Just... Oh, yeah, gone ballistic.
Hey! Time for a few fart jokes.
Yo, I made us a tape.
The fuck?
Shit, it's the cops.
Be chill, it's chill.
Are they gone?
You know what I mean? And given that
Yeah,
Mixtape...
and this seemed like a fucking movie within a damn game, bro. Freaking goodness, man.
is also short and just keeps going and going and going, that means that it's always giving too. Like Life is Strange has loads of quieter and introspective moments. I mean, holy hell, it's like a 10 to 12 hour game. There's a whole narrative there involving time traveling, alternate dimensions, loss of parents, loss of children, a murder mystery that sort of turns into a kidnapping ring story later on, you know, corruption, so on and so forth. Like, there's a lot there, and therefore, even though, yes, yes, there is corny dialogue, it's enough to shake it off as part of some characters being a bit corny, and then outside of that there's plenty of other content touching on all these evolving plot points going on that ultimately help dilute the corniness as you play. And now here's the main thing as to why I don't understand at all how Mixtape is getting slews of 9s and 10s, and is very clearly going to be popping up as a nominee for Game of the Year later in December. It's that in order for these games with these fake manufactured nostalgia emotions to flourish and really cause a big impact, they need that base foundation to be complemented with strong characters that you at least care about and develop a bond with throughout the story. And locations are a major component too. Locations need not only look like they are lived in, they should have the chance to be lived in by the player, explored, etc. throughout the narrative of the story, so that that's another additional bond that is formed. These two elements were crucial to make that aspect of Life is Strange work. Life is Strange 2, for example, did not have them. The cast of characters and the locations were always changing from episode to episode because we were playing as two brothers on the run. Two Mexicans. Destination was Mexico. I'm not even joking, guys. I'm dead ass, as the kids say. I think ICE was even in the game. Like, there's an agent woman who is on your ass when you end up in a hospital. She's part of an agency. I don't remember which one it is right now because, I played this in 2018, so it's been a long time, but I don't know. It might have been ICE. Probably not, though, to be fair, because they were legal citizens. It's just that they had to run away. But anyway, the point is...
I'm pretty sure it's the FBI or some shit like that.
Each new episode was set up in a new location with a new set of characters that you met when you got to these new locations. In one way, the game was better than the original because it was more dynamic, like there was way more going on. Things end up going wrong in every spot and you're always on the move. And so that dynamism helped some people who did not enjoy the first game's staleness, being too slow, being in the same spot, But at the same time, the people who liked that first game for that whole nostalgia sauce we've been yapping about for the last few minutes ended up having less of a good time with the second game because there was no way to immerse yourself in a location and grow bigger bonds with lasting characters. Mixtape, on the other hand, is neither of these two cases. I mean, it wants to be the first case, it wants to be akin to the first Life is Strange. In fact, some of the damn screenshots are even reminiscent of it. But it can't truly develop that effect and deliver on it because it's just not this kind of game. You're not really trying to tell a deep and evolving story, it's trying to tell a quick passing tale, almost like it's trying to simply play a mixtape through a photo album, where you get these little bits and bobs from what feels like memories from characters rather than, an actual story that is being lived in the present and impacted by the player. And so people have been getting mad over content creators criticizing Mixtape, but we're talking bad about it. And, it's becoming another one of those things where if you talk about this game badly, you're now what you're supposed to be one of the usual suspects, as morons like this like to say. But at the end of the day, I just don't care. What we have here in front of us is a games industry that whenever a mechanically complex game comes out, they give it a shit score. And whenever a movie game that's not even really a game comes out, they give it 10s. Now, what do you think happens to an industry when you keep consistently promoting things in it that go against it and punishing the things that actually make up what that industry is supposed to be about? Like, what do you think happens to the movie industry if you start awarding TikToks year after year after year, and then every time someone tries to make an actual big-ass fucking movie, the classic cinema experience, you rate it like shit? The results of that kind of thing ain't gonna be good, brother. Sadly, I can't reply to him with any of this though. He had me blocked last year when he got mad at me calling him out for defending blatant lies from Ubisoft about Assassin's Creed Shadows' sales numbers. It's funny how everyone else is a grifter to this type of guy, but then they are the ones with sponsorship.
Yeah, I'm sorry now. If somebody says, hey, if someone says, hey, we have this much players playing a game right now instead of actually showing their sales, yeah, I mean they flopped.
Deals from these companies. But anyway,
that's happened in Assassin's Creed. They're like, hey, let's show the player count instead of actually showing the game, not the game, the sales numbers. It's like, no, we're gonna show the amount of players playing. It's like, yeah, actually no, it didn't succeed the sales because they're not fucking. It would show off if it was actually if I was a hit for the sales, but it wasn't. So they're not, they weren't promoting that. They're like, okay, how can we twist this in the way, that way to make it seem like we succeeded, but like no one questioned it. Oh, just use players.
In the review, the dude even says that this game does not compare to What Remains of Edith Finch, and that there aren't any choices to be found here, any variety whatsoever. Any replayability for this game will just come from wanting to replay the playable bits and relive the journey, even though all the dialogues and all the scenes will play out the same. Of course, he doesn't use the same words that I use, I just gave it to you guys straight and raw. The reviewer instead sugarcoats this shit and puts it in a way where it shouldn't matter, you know, that there's not even enough depth to have different routes to choose or different things.
Yeah, well, you can do that. And then he criticized Life is Strange for the dialogue being too corny, but at least for Life is Strange, you can actually make choices and shit and have alternate endings. Jeez, man, you know, if you can't do that shit, and you can't, that's the whole point of like decision making games and all that shit. That's the whole point, is to see the alternate route, like Telltale games and all that stuff, like Life is Strange type of games, like where you make decisions. That's the whole point. So at least it's to show you all these alternative endings and all this shit what happens whenever you make a decision or not, or you fail to make a right decision. But if there's no decision making in Mixtape, and you just be watching the same scenes over and over again, then the replayability is pretty much pointless
To see, nor it ended up being something that is weaker in comparison to What Remains of Edith Finch, even though What Remains of Edith Finch is a game that only scored an 8.8. So in the end, all that's left is what exactly? Well, it's nothing but sheer goddamn emotional manipulation through music and directing, which in and of itself is not nothing, okay? I'm not saying that there isn't something to be said in this alone as a point of merit towards the developers, because yes, there is value in that, but it's also totally disingenuous to discount the fact that it's borrowed. After all, this music that plays wasn't created by the developers or by a composer working closely to make a poignant, strong and emotional original soundtrack.
Nope, it was all copyright music. And again, the creator's daddy's a multi-billionaire, right? So she can pay for that. Again, it's not really the game that matters, but it's the message that's in the game. That's what matters. So if it sells bad or not, they don't care, as long as they got that game out there, and now it's getting a little popular, it's getting a little trendy, and obviously you had the game journalists sucking the dick off of it, then yeah, they succeeded, they won.
Woven into the narrative direction. It's just licensed music that the developer bought and paid for. Probably songs that they really enjoyed while growing up or whatever that they felt were fitting for the setting. Regardless, it's borrowed, and it's clearly pulling a lot of weight here. Earlier the night that I was working on this video, I had checked into a live stream from Legendary Drops, and he ended up reacting to the trailer of the game, and also brought up a really good point of how the music is something that nearly all the top scoring reviewers were bringing up as a positive on the game. And so again, if this is something that you're borrowing, and at the same time is pulling such a significant amount of weight when it comes to distracting players in the moment-to-moment gameplay, then it's disingenuous to not mention that either, because it's not a value from the game. It's just something that they purchased. Like, for example, if I make a shitty racing game, and I fill it with all the greatest hits that the music industry has ever seen, my game shouldn't get points just because of the stupid music layout. It's still a shitty racing game.
All you hear is her bending.
Look out!
Holy. I'm not even doing anything. There she fell, W's.
But back to the point, remove the blanket and all you got is a sheer emotional manipulation through key music and direction, which again does have value, good presentation with directors and developers who have an eye for building up emotional highs or devastating lows or crushing impactful moments through some tasteful direction and masterful use of music are a goddamn blessing. And if you don't know just how much of a blessing they are, then you should go ahead and play some shit like Dragon Age Veilguard or 1348X Miyamoto, and then go ahead and play Expedition 33 or hell, even What Remains of Edith Finch. Although do be warned, it is a walking simulator. Give Nier Automata a go instead if that's not really your cup of tea. But as far as those types of games go, Edith Finch is a really well crafted one. But again, with all that they said, a 10 out of 10 for something so empty that is over so quick. Like, this is the kind of game that I think these journals are going to play, right? And they're going to be riding high for a few days, where they can think of anything else because their feels are still being impacted by all that fake nostalgia that they inhaled. But then when the effect starts to wear off, they'll be questioning why the fuck did they give this game such a high note to begin with. Like, where's the sauce? We get no depth, we get no significant exploration or interactions, we get no big plot going on, we get no choices, no major events or anything. Like, we're over here just cruising on rails to some music, and these people are losing their composure over it. I don't understand. Well, where are your standards? Like, that's it? That's how low the bar, even for these kinds of games, is getting to? Brother. It's like they can't stop lowering their standard. It doesn't matter if it's a modern audience game or if it's a AAA game, they cannot stop lowering their goddamn standards, dude. At the end of the day, review scores are just getting worse and worse. I was already wanting to talk a bit about this during my video on the PlayStation stories being in another shameful state of decline, but I'll mention it here. I have no idea how game journalists can be so inconsistent with their scoring. Truly, it just makes these numbers mean nothing. When something like Mixtape can be a straight up 10, and something like Marathon can be a solid 9, despite the game bleeding players every single week.
Look at this graph!
When so many games, the vast majority straight up, are all rated between 7 to 9, even when they are mid as shit, while at the same time robust games like Crimson Desert are given scores of 6 with a reviewer who made such a notoriously bad video that it got memed on by YouTubers, how can any game really be a 7, an 8, or a 9 at all? When you write a goddamn review that says that What Remains of Edith Finch is a better game than Mixtape, but you give Mixtape a 10 and you gave Edith Finch an 8.8, what the fuck does a 10 even mean anymore? But you know what, never mind. See, that was back in
And again, that's the problem. When you have a company like IGN and they're based, you don't forget these everyone, it's different people writing every time. It's not always the same people writing the same reviews. So you're gonna have people who have different people, different qualities and all that bullshit. So if it's not the same person making that same review, then that's why I don't like really using like game journalists and all that shit, because the reviews are always when someone does a game review, it's always someone else different. It's always someone different, another person. So it's like somebody's 7 could be another guy's 10 or some shit like that. It's inconsistent. So it's like you can't really trust them because they're always choosing someone else to do the game and all that bullshit. Yeah, the credibility is just low.
2017, back when IGN wasn't so heavily infected by incompetence as it is now. I don't understand how it keeps going on like this either. It just goes to show that games journalism has stopped being about games journalism entirely. If it was, they'd be out of business already because ain't nobody listening. Outlets like these now live and die from game advertisement. That's it. That's what they are. They advertise games for publishers in trade for access. And then the one service they still do provide that is legitimate is they do guides. But you know, lots of other people and outlets do guides too now, so it is what it is, I guess. I'm gonna cut it here. There's no point in keep ranting anymore. Fellas, I do hope you enjoyed the video.
Yeah. So yeah, it's trash because because again you have the rise of the people. You got the rise of all these people making different their own reviews and they're fucking yeah, so sorry. Lakers demolished. Yep. Again, the Lakers getting swept.
Because there are tired dogs in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber.
I wanted the word cuppa, as in cup of tea, I thought it would be great to mix with hug. When I saw the
Q Manavannan from the Green Party. No, never mind. Hi everyone. I'm Q. I'm the diversity. I'm the Scottish Greens. I'm a lead candidate for the Scottish Greens in Edinburgh and East Lothian, but I'm not just here in my role as the politician to be. I'm also here as an artist. I'm a person of color. I'm an immigrant and a trans person. So I find myself in a very interesting position. I'm here. I came to Scotland. I found my place.
All those woke shit, man. All the DEI shit. I'm trans. Therefore, most likely gonna be gay, and I'm a person of color. Yeah, and he's a migrant.
Place here through culture in many ways. I founded the Scottish Tamil Arts Collective. I run a monthly music and poetry night, fundraising for Palestine. If anything, I am the stereotype.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Palestine too. Yep, he is a stereotype.
So I also know that when that door is open, it's open, but when it costs more than it should, it's closed and it's closed. The culture sector gave me a language in many ways for belonging, I'd say, as I mentioned. But while Labour in Westminster continues cutting arts budgets for the second spending review running unprecedented, by the way, since 1998.
Boy. So we got to talk about a coming to America soon story if Democrats are allowed to take back power and control, as we have to revisit the shock elections that happened out in the UK. Okay, just a couple days ago, I covered the local elections that resulted in the Labour Party, the Socialist Party, which, I mean, honestly, all of the parties in the UK are socialist. But the Labour Party, led by Keir Starmer, who is currently the Prime Minister of the UK, got blown out, right, in a historic fashion. So his days are numbered, okay? And in this video, we got to talk about another shock election result that happened in the UK involving a trans Indian migrant who arrived in the UK a few years ago and is not a citizen or permanent resident, but was elected to the Scottish Parliament as a member of the woke Green Party. Scotland allows non-citizens to become elected to office. Q Minivanan is set to earn over 100K USD despite not having the right to work full-time on his temporary visa. Yeah, you can't make this up, right? You cannot make this up. But the reason why I'm covering this story is because this is going to become commonplace in the United States if Democrats take back power and control. If you want to know the direction of the country that Democrats want to take us in, just look at the shenanigans out in the UK. Maybe I should cover more UK shenanigans as a warning. Maybe it's not enough just to talk about these liberal cities. Maybe I got to go to woker parts of the world, right? Because this certainly is a very woke story.
Yes, it is.
So without further ado, let's actually play this clip of this guy's victory speech here.
My name is Dr. Q Manavanan. I am a transgender Tamil immigrant. My pronouns are they, them. I am, to some in this country, everything that the hateful despise, and I'm standing here as your MSP now with care. They say politics is the art of the possible. A politics of care, I'd say, expands what's possible for everyone left behind, pushed out, or never invited in. A scholar I love called Saidiya Hartman wrote that the holes that bind us are also the bonds that free. Every barrier placed before me with the Greens was the reason also that we pushed further. And this is what diversity looks like in power.
Wow.
Yeah. Not even a fucking citizen, and he's in the power, bro. Oh my gosh, man. Yeah, that guy shows a warning to everybody from Canada all the way down the fucking to the southern border of the USA to tell you what the fuck's gonna happen when like literally look at the UK, man. They're letting this shit happen. Man's not even a permanent resident. But yeah, he's in the fucking parliament. He's in the Scottish parliament. Wow.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Just so you guys understand who we're dealing with, the Green Party in the UK is as far left and woke as you can imagine. This is the current state of the UK in their politics.
And I think it speaks for itself.
আসসালামু আলাইকুম আমি সবাইকে অনুরোধ জানাচ্ছি আমার বাংলাদেশি কমিউনিটি যারা এই নিউ হোমে বসবাস করেন সবাইকে
Now I didn't catch a word of that, but I'm assuming it meant vote for the.
Bunch of fucking Indians just talking.
Wait, you can't make this up. You can't make this up.
I'm going to fucking understand you.
Wow. Wow, it is a shame what is happening to the white man's countries. Right? I mean, seriously. Seriously. It is shameful. What is happening to these once great societies, these once great countries that were, I think, shining examples of human achievement, of cultural and societal maturation. They're going downhill, right? You're saying the decline in real time. And it's kind of wild, right? It's kind of wild that this is happening in the UK. But yeah, let's cover more of this story because again, you have somebody who's not even authorized to work full-time in the UK. So I want you guys to understand, this is a full-time job this person got elected into, okay? Full-time job. But they only can work a limited amount of hours because they're on a student visa. So legally speaking, this individual is not able to do this job, right? Despite being elected, right? They don't have the current immigration status needed in order to legally be allowed to work the amount of hours needed to actually do this job. And yet they are being elected to Scottish Parliament, right? They're being elected into the government and collecting $100K salary despite not even being allowed to work in the country legally, right? Like there's a chance that this person may have to leave despite being an elected official. Again, coming to a liberal city near you, coming to the United States if Democrats take back power. Let's read here. Headline: Queer Tamil immigrant elected as Scottish Green MSP to pocket £77,000 a year despite not having a right to work. A self-described queer Tamil immigrant who has been elected as a Scottish Green MSP will earn £77,711 a year despite not having the right to undertake full-time work in the UK. Non-binary PhD student Q. I can't pronounce his last name, so I'm just going to call him Q, right? Q was allowed to stand after the Scottish government relaxed legislation to allow non-UK citizens to represent Britons. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. The candidate won the Edinburgh and Lothian's East Holyrood seat on Friday along with fellow Scottish Greens candidate Irish Dwan in Glasgow. Addressing supporters after winning the seat, the student said, quote, "My name is Dr. Q. I am a transgender Tamil immigrant. My pronouns are they, them. Quote, I am to some in this country everything that the hateful despise, and I am standing here as your MSP now with care. They say politics is the art of the responsible, a politics of care. I would say expands what is possible for everyone left behind, pushed out, or never invited in. The Scottish Greens candidate added, quote, every barrier placed before me with the Greens was the reason also that we pushed further. Quote, this is what diversity looks like in power. Yeah, it looks like societal collapse, to be honest with you. I mean, you're talking about somebody who's a migrant, right? Not even in the country permanently. A migrant in the country on a visa, on a short-term visa, is getting elected to make decisions on behalf of the citizens in that country. It's insanity. It's insanity. However, after standing on a student visa, the MSP has ramped up efforts to receive donations in a bid to raise £2,089 for a graduate visa. The cash would grant the student 3 years to live and work in the UK before applying for another visa. Sue Weber, Scottish Conservative candidate for the Lothian, said ahead of May 7th, quote, voters will be astonished that this candidate doesn't even know if they will be able to stay in the country going forward. Questions must be asked as to why they are standing for Holyrood with uncertainty hanging over them. The PhD student believes the extra time would allow for further leeway to save 5,047 pounds to pay for a global talent visa.
My
The
goodness,
Edinburgh
man.
MSP arrived at St. Andrews University on a student visa in 2021, meaning that they could only work up to 20 hours a week during term time. There is an opportunity to work in a full-time role outside of the academic calendar. However, working as an MSP requires significantly more than 20 hours per week. The Scottish Greens made historic gains on Friday, winning constituency MSPs in a political first. SNP bigwig Angus Robertson in Edinburgh Central was given the boot, while Nicola Sturgeon old Glasgow seat was overturned by the Greens. The Scottish Green Party also secured 13 regional seats, taking its total to 15. GB News has approached the Scottish Greens for comment. Yeah, so this is shameful. I think that this is just another sign of civilizational and societal collapse happening in Europe, right? They're literally allowing foreigners to run their country, right? Run their country. Seriously. I mean, you talk about being elected into office and he's not a citizen, right? But again, this is where we're headed, right? This is where we're headed as a country in the United States if we allow Democrats to take power and control. This is certainly where they're headed in California, right? They're already basically there. They're already there.
咁我就認識咗好多，原來三藩市有好多嘅權利㗎喎，好多權利係好多非公民啊、移民咧都。
Okay, so do not adjust your televisions. That was the newest member of the San Francisco Election Commission, speaking in her native tongue. She is not a U.S. citizen yet. She is a Chinese citizen on the Election Commission in San Francisco, a commission which oversees local, state, and federal elections. And with that, we bring in John Dennis, who's chair of the Republican Party in San Francisco. John, I thought you could help us understand this, because I went through just to understand that this wasn't sort of a ceremonial role or an advisory role. The San Francisco.gov website, the election commissions, we oversee all public elections in San Francisco. So are we to understand that San Francisco has appointed a national citizen of another country, one of our geopolitical enemies, to oversee elections there?
Yeah, and in a shocking turn of events,
simple?
they didn't. Yeah, in shocking turn of events, they didn't invite a Republican to be on the election commission. There were no other non-citizens who could fill that role. No fair-minded person thinks that this is a reasonable thing.
Yeah, but see, we're not dealing with fair-minded people, right? That's the whole point. The whole point of this video is that we're not dealing with fair-minded people. We have to understand who we're dealing with and what they want for our country. And the best way to understand and to see exactly what they want is to look at Europe, right? Look at our European counterparts. Look at what's happening in their countries. And that is basically what's going to happen here, right? Because that's the direction that the Democrats headed. This is what they want. They want to allow non-citizens, migrants, illegals to not only come to the country, right, freely, they can come in illegally, okay? If they want, they get access to welfare. They get special rights and privileges. They're allowed to vote, and they're allowed to hold elected office, right? This is ultimately what they want, right? This is where we're headed. And it's not a joke, right? I mean, everything that we're seeing here in the United States, you saw happen in the UK, you saw happen in Europe first, right? It happened there first. And then it started happening here. And I personally believe that this is not an exception. We're going to see the same thing if we go down the wrong path. But let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Um, let's see. Well, Griff listened to his Hey Gift Gatekeeping.
Your perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix
Let
and
me
make it
just talk
yours.
to Jaya. Okay. I got it. Let's go.
Did someone say gatekeeping? Gatekeeping is like a door. You let people in, good people come in. Bad people try to come in, you close the door. And you keep the good people in, and you keep the bad people out. It's a very simple concept, but it seems to upset specific people. One of the things that I've always found interesting when it comes to the discussion of gatekeeping is that, one, I think gatekeeping should apply to most things. When it comes to gaming, it comes to anime, it comes to movies, TV shows, books, light novel communities, etc. I think gatekeeping is extremely important. But I've always found those that are most vocal against gatekeeping are generally the ones that you want to gatekeep the most. And I always see it, especially with content creators, specific content creators that are very quick to constantly hammer down how gatekeeping is toxic and how we need to be able to invite everyone into the anime community and in the gaming and all that. And as much as I'm talking more specific about anime, you can apply this to pretty much everything as far as hobbies go. But personal experiences come down to, for me, when it comes to the anime community, something that I'm very passionate about, something that I'm very much deep in the weeds when it comes to these kinds of topics. And one of the things I've always noticed when it
Speaking
comes
of anime, I need to watch more. I need to get back into anime. It's been a while since I've actually watched an anime. I think the last episode I ever watched was like a week ago, and I was like the first episode was like airing the South Pole.
to certain specific content creators is the ones that are very much against gatekeeping are the ones that participate in gatekeeping as well. Now, of course, people always argue, what is the definition of gatekeeping? And I think depending on the person, other people will have a different interpretation of gatekeeping compared to me. So naturally, you will probably see dissent in the comments or with other people saying that, no, that's not gatekeeping. Because I think gatekeeping, in my opinion, has takes different forms. Because I think a lot of people see gatekeeping as some like solid system that is ironclad, that is just like an instant like single bullet when it comes to removing a bad actor out of a community. And so I don't think that's the best way to look at gatekeeping, because to be honest, removing someone out of a community completely is impossible in itself, depending on, the type of atmosphere that they're in. If we're looking in the content creator space or on the online space, a content creator and a consumer of content.
You can't. Here's the thing: you can't get someone out completely, but you can destroy the reputation to the point where you can destroy the reputation or the credibility to a point where nobody takes them seriously. So it's basically like they're basically just not in the community. nobody's gonna listen to them except for a select few that do it either ironically, or those that are like fanboys of that person.
Are very different things, right? But then you've also just got people, and I could use an example. Let's say I was consuming something, right? And the community didn't like me. Let's say Nikkei, right? The goddess of victory, the game itself. I've had certain people try to gatekeep me out of the community. But at the end of the day, I can play the game without interacting with the community itself. So gatekeeping a person is in itself very difficult to do. But when I look at gatekeeping, I look at more of the community aspect, because I do believe the community has a lot of power when it comes to influence. You look at specific content creators out there that have built very large audiences, 100, 200, 300, 500K, a million subscribers. They have a large influence when it comes to public opinion. And there are very specific content creators out there that are very large, that have steered public opinion, but also the industry as well, which is why I do believe gatekeeping is more important than now than ever before, and that I believe that we need to gatekeep more than ever before when it comes to certain things, right? Like I said, at the end of the day, a person can consume something and completely detach themselves from the wider community and never have to deal with gatekeeping, because at the end of the day, you cannot stop someone from enjoying a specific thing, whether it's a game or an anime. I could buy a manga, the community could hate me. They say, no, you can't read that manga or watch that anime, but I can still consume it. But it's more about joining the community and the sort of general pushing of certain ideas, because I think with social media has become a massive tool in steering certain things, whether it is studios, companies, actors, voice actors, animation studios, artists in general, right? There is a lot of power behind content creators and communities. And I think it is important that we as consumers, especially within the anime community, gatekeep bad actors. And I know that, in my opinion, gatekeeping has worked positively in how I've approached things, because only recently I had a Patreon member. Of course, if you're a YouTube member or a Patreon member, you get access to my Discord server. And the reason why I do that is because, one, I don't like the idea of having a public Discord server, because it just leads to a lot of headaches. I see so many dramas. I could go into a whole separate video why public Discord servers are just a walking nightmare. But for me, I like using it as a form of gatekeeping, right? It's a singular small tool that I use to gatekeep the bad actors away, because naturally a lot of the kids, your haters aren't going to give you money, right? Naturally. So those that are in my Discord server are people that genuinely like my content, that have a passion for anime or gaming. And one of the comments that I got from them was saying that how they felt like they've enjoyed anime again for the first time in so many years, because they feel like they're a part of a community that actually enjoys anime, that isn't trying to ham-fist politics or try to hate on them for their own personal interests. Again, I can dislike a show, but I'm never going to shame you for liking a show that I dislike. Looking at the Rent-A-Girlfriend community. But there are shows that I like that other people don't like. Fairy Tail, I do quite enjoy, and there are certain people like Words of Paradise who doesn't like Fairy Tail, but we can both enjoy our own personal different types of shows. So when I look at those kinds of things, I think it's important to, again, respect those personal interests. And I think that also comes down to when it look at tourists and grifters and all the rest, and especially tourists that will only watch certain shows and then attack any other show. I think it's important to keep those bad actors out of my community. I want to make sure that I have a community that is understanding that everyone has different tastes and opinions, but they can voice their own opinions, say, yeah, I think the show sucks, but they're not going to hate and shame people for it. And just seeing the positive reaction from people in my community saying that they can actually feel like they can enjoy anime again because I've put in necessary systems to gatekeep bad actors and bad influences that try to seep their way in, that reinforces my determination to continue gatekeeping in different ways, shapes, and sizes. But one of the things, like I said before, is that a lot of people look at gatekeeping as a one bullet solves everything, right? I don't think gatekeeping is something that is just, it has to be grand or big or something. You can do gatekeeping in very small ways or very...
Remember when fucking, I think it was Sea-Dog that was doing a collaboration with fucking Blue Archive, and Blue Archive community like, fuck no. fuck no, we're not doing a collab with that motherfucker. And then basically Blue Archive's like, yeah, we're gonna stop this collab and shit. Because the community was like, yeah, no, he does not like Blue Archive. He has problems with Blue Archive. So why why are you gonna have a collaboration with somebody who doesn't even like your product? Right? So it's based, yeah. Again, people voices have more power than people think that they have. Some people say that it doesn't matter, that voices don't matter. Trust me, man, they do. They just pretend that they don't.
Big ways depending on it. And a great example is Reddit. Reddit gatekeeps all the time, which is why it's always funny the very content creators that use Reddit, these leftist content creators that are constantly forcing their politics, trying to constantly condone vandalism of intellectual properties to force their own ideologies, are the same people that complain about gatekeeping, are the same people that participate in gatekeeping within their own community, within their own social media apps, within their own Discord servers, and on Reddit, which Reddit participates in gatekeeping. You cannot say that you are against gatekeeping and also participate, because gatekeeping is just a natural reflex. Whether it is a content creator that blocks a bad influence, someone that's cussing out or saying stupid stuff or being a bad actor, you can block them out. That's a form of gatekeeping. Having a Discord server, having specific rules and stuff like that, that's a form of gatekeeping. Reddit is a form of gatekeeping because you have a upvote, downvote system. So the community can be a powerful influence on controlling conversation. That is a form of gatekeeping. Content creators choosing who they want to collaborate and who they want to promote, that's a form of gatekeeping. You're giving influence and power to people you believe best represents your own views. There are specific content creators that recently, over the last couple of months, made massive political opinion-based videos trying to force politics into anime. They coordinated together. That's a form of gatekeeping. They are coordinating and trying to steer public opinion. That is a form of gatekeeping. You are steering public opinion. You are influencing things on a grander scale. So in my opinion, there are many different ways of gatekeeping. And I think everyone participates in some degree. Whether you like it or not, you participate in some form of gatekeeping. But I think the biggest issue is how much do you gatekeep? And I think that's where the amount comes down to it. And I think there are bad influences on the left, particularly that have been trying to force politics. And yeah, there are some bad actors on the right as well, but especially when it comes to the anime community, there are specific content creators that have heavily tried to gatekeep us into silence and tried to stop us to have a voice at calling out censorship, calling out bad translations when it comes to sub and dubs, calling out all this annoying grandstanding and changing different games and animes. And that's what I mean. It doesn't just apply to anime. It also applies to gaming as well. You look at games like Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem has had multiple game issues when it comes to bad translations and constantly trying to force weird politics, ideas of making characters trans or part of the rainbow flag. This is not an isolated problem. It happens across the board. And we have a long history of different animes going back many years, even to now. Every season we see Crunchyroll constantly participating in this vandalism that goes on. Voice actors that deliberately brag about how they're going to push political agendas within animes, whether you look at older stuff like Dragon Maid.
Or they fire certain ones off of off the allegations. Like I did this for fucking Vic. They're like, yeah, just allegations against you. We don't really care if they're actually true allegations or not. The allegations nonetheless. Get the fuck out of here.
Or you look at recent situations with the Saga drama and certain translators that openly brag about how it's all about how much can they get away with it, right? This is the biggest issue, that at the end of the day, and for example, another form of gatekeeping is your wallet. If you choose to not buy a product, that's a form of gatekeeping. So this is why I always find it so comical that these specific content creators that have come after me for so long saying gatekeeping's bad, you're toxic, you're horrible, ooh, and trying to drum the wars of sending their community after me saying gatekeeping's bad, but what they're doing right there is a form of gatekeeping. They're trying to keep me out of public opinion so that they can then control the gates themselves so they can let in whoever they want. That's the irony of it all. Is the ones that are the most vocal against gatekeeping are the ones that have been participating in it for year after year after.
Yeah, but the gatekeeping that they don't agree with. If it's the gatekeeping that they don't agree with, then they're gonna be against it.
After year. The problem is they are losing their ability to influence the community. And that is why they're getting angry, because they've realized that people have had enough. And I like to use the analogy.
Even the Japanese are have had enough, because since Twitter is like, I think Japanese and stuff like that, because Japanese Twitter and English Twitter are not like, they're like, a lot of it was like their own thing, right? Like, but now since there's more merging between like different regions and all that shit together, it's like Japan's like, yeah, this shit, I'm tired of these fucking Westerners, man.
Analogy, and I kind of thought about this before I made the video, is imagine you're at a school, right? You're in high school and there's a group of 30 kids, right? And 3 of them are bullies. They go around, they steal lunch money, they give wedgies. I'm using kind of American kind of an example here, but they give those wedgies, they steal the lunch money, they throw your milk in there, your food in your face, they steal stuff, or they give you they go to the toilet and they give you a royal flush, those kinds of things. And then when your birthdays come up, you don't invite the bullies. And then the bullies get upset and they go, hey, why aren't I being invited to everyone's birthday party? I should be allowed to be invited, right? I'm part of the group, right? And then people say, no, you're a bully. You're a bad influence. That is a form of gatekeeping. You are keeping the bad influence out of your community. Why have negative things within your community that are steering things in a direction that you don't enjoy and you don't like? And that is what is happening right now within the anime community, is more people are waking up to the fact that the bullies have been gatekeeping all this time, that the ones that have been steering and forcing their political bullshit and maneuvering in the anime community for year after year after year, that they have been gaslighting and lying. And now that people are standing up, they start attacking us. I've been attacked many times over the last year or so from specific content creators, big and small, trying to silence me for calling these things out. And I won't be silenced, because now people are starting to realize that we have the power to gatekeep them out. Because they get all the money, they get all the views, they have the influence, which allows them to also have that insider power within those studios, because they get all those special little sponsorships, they get all those special little deals. There's an old video that I made many years ago on this channel. It's long deleted now, but I'll tell you about it. It was one of my first ever actual anime videos, and it was about Death Note, the live action movie. And you think, what does that have to do with the price of eggs? It was about Mother's Basement. And I said in that video that the reason why that he was gushing over that live action movie was so that he could get a sponsorship with Netflix, so that he could have a bigger influence within the anime community.
Fact, cause I watched on Netflix. I watched the Death Note live action Netflix movie. It's fucking trash. It is terrible, man. But like, Light does not act like Light at all, because you know Light's like very intelligent. Yeah, this one ain't. So yeah, it's just Light. It's the only thing that makes it Death Note. The only thing that you could think is probably Death Note. It's the book and Ryuk. Everything else, nah, man. It's just a skin suit of what Death Note's what's Death Note's about.
Because it would allow him inside to that major area, within those different types of people, having those connections, having those strings, but also making more money and influence within the anime community. And guess what? I was right. I was absolutely spot on, because I could see behind the mask. I could see behind all the gaslighting that he does. And he isn't just an isolated situation. He's one of many content creators that are very large, that are very soulless, that are very corporatized, that their only interest is serving not just their own way pocket, which isn't a bad thing in general, right? If you want to make some money, you go for it. Capitalism, baby, you do it. But you know what the irony is? They hate capitalism. So that's one of the peak ironies of it all. But at the end of the day, they don't have the best interest of the anime community. Their core goals is making money while crying about capitalism being bad in their videos and sneaking so many references of it in there, pushing for socialism and communism and all the rest, and then trying to vandalize and destroy what makes anime, what makes it special, what makes it unique, watering it down, making it soulless, removing all the problematic elements. Because apparently everything's problematic coming from a dude that personally attacked the Nekopara author for the game, which, might I add, is a married woman. And he insulted her, calling her a man, a virgin man. And this is the person you want to give influence to. That is the person you want to have the voice of the anime community. One of the voices of the anime community is a guy that goes around and personally attacks people that don't make what he deems appropriate. I'm sorry, but enough's enough. And it's time that we start gatekeeping harder. And if that ruffles some feathers, then good fucking written.
That's crazy. Yeah, Mother's Basement. He's like. Oh yeah, he acts like a nice guy, but we know, like, if you really know how he is deep down, or if we really know how he actually acts, bro, he ain't that, bro. I don't know. Mother's Basement. He's like whatever. He's like the basic bitch fucking Annie tuber. Like, I don't really watch it. I don't really watch this shit, man. Only thing I watch this shit for is, like, for see the anime recommendations. Besides that, I don't watch any of his content about anything else other than that. I couldn't be bothered, honestly. Let's see here. Why can't defend One Piece no more? Ooh.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With Wix, you can grab yours now and then get to work. Here's why it matters. Back in 2019, I had...
Alright everyone, listen up, because I have something important to tell you. Let me start off by saying this. If you like One Piece, good for you. I don't care. I used to like One Piece too. This is not a video where I'm...
Oh my god, I hate this whole... Oh my god, I feel like One Piece is okay. I like... It's a stupid shield, man. I hate it. Stop doing this.
going to tell you guys that you're wrong for enjoying One Piece. This is not a video where I'm going to try to tell you to stop reading or watching the series. This is a video about why I personally decided to step away from the series. And before anybody tries to pull the, oh, you were never a real fan bullshit, no, I was a real fan. You're talking to the same guy who made the Jolly Roger ranking video, okay? I'm the same guy whose YouTube channel started off as a One Piece centered channel. My old YouTube profile picture was literally a wanted poster from the One Piece series, okay? My first video ever to preference this was on Gecko Moria. Who the fuck cares about Gecko Moria? Well, apparently I did. I loved One Piece at one point, and I genuinely loved digging into its expansive world. Your boy even ended up going to Japan. I entered the Shonen Jump shop, and I went out of my way to purposely get myself measured next to the One Piece characters. Turns out I'm slightly taller than Zoro. I say all of this to preference that these are the words of somebody who genuinely loved One Piece at one point. This isn't ignorance, it's not bandwagon hate, so don't tell me that I never cared about the series. Don't tell me that I'm not a fan. You guys can go tweak out and cry about it in the comments section. And hey, if you guys are gonna leave death threats, try to at least make them creative, alright? Also, before anybody says, you didn't understand the story, Shane, I understood it just fine. You people are the reason why this intro is about 5 minutes long. Saying I didn't understand One Piece is an easy way to avoid engaging with criticism. I understood the story, I just stopped being impressed by it. And to be very clear, there was a lot that I did enjoy about One Piece. I liked the world, I liked the expansive universe, I liked the sense of adventure, and I was never even turned off by the weird character designs. I actually liked how One Piece looked. The over-exaggerated proportions, the goofy faces, even the fucking cartoon logic. And yes, I am fully aware that characters like Nami and Robin have toothpick waists and breasts the size of basketballs. That's not what broke me, okay? If that was my sole problem, I would have tapped out thousands of chapters ago. And so then the obvious question becomes, Shane, what really changed for you? That's right, I hear all of you in my comment section screaming, but Shane, what did One Piece do to you? And my answer in return, nothing. Yeah, you guys can call me Horty Jones because my answer is nothing. Nothing changed, and that's the problem for me. The story never evolved in a meaningful way for me. Heartbreaking, I know. And this is where we begin section 1, the stagnation of One Piece, in my opinion. In my opinion, the structure hasn't
I stop just saying in my opinion, cause that just kind of lowers down what the problem with the story of One Piece.
changed, and the outcomes certainly haven't changed. Whether you watch or read this story, you will soon come to realize that it is the same sequence of events unfolding over and over and over again. And after long enough, that repetition doesn't feel comforting. It feels stagnant like pond scum. And here's the loop. The Straw Hats arrive at a new island. The Straw Hats come face to face with quirky culture. Get it? Because the dog is extra long, and the island name is Long Ring Longland Island, or whatever the fuck it is. But this aside, more often than not, the Straw Hats will encounter funny locals and have strange rules on these islands. But uh-oh, something's wrong. There's an oppressive ruler, a tyrant, a real pirate, a god, perhaps a sea creature that needs to be dealt with. But then we meet a new character. Go ahead and cue the tragic flashback and the same sad music used for every sequence, but it should be stated that One Piece delivers us a plethora of themes. Dead parents, slavery, hunger, trauma. And let me be very clear here. I'm not trying to make a caricature out of any of these themes. These are serious subjects, and for the most part, I believe that One Piece actually handles these maturely and effectively. That's not the problem. That's never been my problem. My problem is the resolution is always the same. No matter how complex or horrific the situation is, it ultimately relies on Luffy between bites of meat and stretching his arms, punching the problem in the face. Different trauma, different setting, same solution. And I shit you not, this happens every single time. The island is saved, everyone cries, everyone parties, the Straw Hats leave, and then they do it again, and again, and again. And eventually, I wasn't even asking what would happen, I was only wondering when the sad backstory would start. I transformed into fortune teller Baba, and so when I would go to watch the anime adaptation of One Piece, there was no suspense for me. I mean, this shit was literally muscle memory for your boy. And this repetition becomes impossible to ignore.
Was it muscle memory because you read the manga, or was it muscle memory because you say you went to the anime? So was it muscle memory because you read the manga, so that way you know what's gonna happen ahead? Because you know what's gonna happen ahead. If you read the manga and then you go to watch the anime, then that kind of dilutes the formulaic problem of One Piece, because you already know what's gonna happen since you read the manga. Because he said thousands of chapters, so he probably has read the manga. So when you go to the anime adaptation, yeah, obviously some shit's not gonna really hit the same because you already know what's gonna happen in the manga. It's kind of that when you say that, it's kind of diluting your argument when it comes to the anime. Okay, you're saying, okay, I'm reading the manga and I go to the anime. I'm like, okay, well, obviously it's gonna be freaking mad predictable for you because you already know what's gonna happen since manga is ahead of the anime.
Or when you notice how specific this trope becomes. Before anybody jumps to the comments, well, let's be real, I'm sure you guys are already in the comments section, but I want to be very clear about what I'm doing here. I'm not trying to say that every single chapter of One Piece is the same. I'm not talking about the travel arcs, the gag arcs, or even just the short transitions. I'm talking about the major narrative arcs that contain villains, stakes, and are supposed to have emotional payoffs with consequences. And so after my years of watching One Piece, I created this list. Because when you strip away the names, powers, locations, and hype, One Piece relies on a very consistent narrative structure. This is the formula that the vast majority of One Piece arcs follow, sometimes perfectly, perhaps maybe missing a variable or two at most. The Straw Hats arrive at a new island. Someone important needs their protection. A dramatic backstory reframes the injustice. A corrupt authority is revealed. A larger power structure escalates the said conflict. There's a countdown to the disaster. Luffy clashes with a powerful authority figure. The crew leaves, and then the world reacts after the fact. Now, this isn't just my opinion. This is a clear pattern.
There's an issue. I think here's the thing. Why didn't he use like a screenshot of the same arc? Like how about you do a screenshot of one arc and then do all that thing step by step to show you the differences? Because what you're showing us here is like you're showing Kuma's backstory that happens in Egghead. I forgot the girl's name. Tama, that's in Wano. Let me see here. This is in Alabasta. Buster Call, that's in that is Alabasta. Or no, Enos Lobby. That's the backstory of Enos Lobby. So let me see.
Justice. Someone important needs
that is Wano.
Their protection. A dramatic backstory reframes the injustice. A corrupt authority is revealed.
Wano. Okay.
A larger power structure
I don't remember these two. I'm pretty sure it's Marine Forward, based off the color of the ship, and then this is the Buster Call, Enos Lobby.
Escalates the said conflict. There's a countdown to
Alabasta.
The disaster. Luffy clashes with a
Egghead.
powerful authority figure. The crew leaves, and
Alabasta.
the world reacts after the fact. Now, this isn't just my.
Here's the thing. Again, he should have used one arc. Have one arc and then do that thing step by step, because you're just showing us multiple different arcs, and you're just saying, well, it has this similarity to it has this part is they have this part in this arc, therefore I'm gonna put it in here. No, I think you should have done it to prove your point across better, is to have each screenshot of like a one arc, and you say it that step by step with only that arc and that arc alone, because you're showing things from multiple different arcs. So that's kind of diluting the point that you're trying to come across.
My opinion, this is a clear pattern that occurs time after time, and we should talk about where it applies. Looking back to the East Blue of what I would consider to be the prototype here, we can already see that the foundation is in place, with arcs like Shellstown, Orangetown, Syrup Village, the Baratier, Arlong Park. You have many of these same variables with the oppressed locals, the flashback trauma, Tyrant Authority, Luffy intervenes, and then the crew moves on. So you can clearly see that Oda has developed his foundation here, and then he tries to build upon this in the Alabasta saga, with Whiskey Peak, Drum Island, and of course Alabasta. And this is where the modern One Piece arc becomes unmistakable in my opinion. Vivi needs protection, Crocodile controls the system, there's a literal countdown bomb, the government fallout, the bounties increase, and from this point on, the structure becomes the default. With the Skypiea arc, it's the same structure with just a different coat of paint. We get both Jaya and Skypiea here, and it's a different setting with the same mechanics. We meet Konus, who of course needs the Straw Hat's help, we get Eneru acting as a false god, and then we get the historical flashback that is just reframing the injustices that are occurring, the ticking level.
But here's the thing though, you're being very reductive, because you're just saying, okay, strip down strip down every character personality, all the other stuff, because obviously Eno and Crocodile are not the same person, right? Crocodile doesn't think he's a fucking god. He just wants fucking Alabasta. That's all he wants. He doesn't want to be a god or anything like Eno. So that's the problem. You just when you reduce One Piece when you reduce the One Piece narrative to so much to a very hard degree, then yeah, you're gonna get this stuff. Most stories are like that, man.
Island disaster occurring towards the end of the arc.
They have the foundation, right? It's the narrative foundation, and then they build up upon that. Like One Piece, they have the whole thing with Emu and the Revolutionary Army and all that stuff. So that's what they're doing. It sounds like any basic story.
Arc, as always, and then the crew leaves. So cosmetically, yeah, it's different because it's a sky island, but honestly, it's just structurally identical. Then we move on to Water 7 and Enies Lobby. This arc doesn't break the formula. If anything, I would say it perfects it. This is one of the best arcs in all of One Piece, in my opinion. In these arcs, Robin is the person who's in need of protection, the world government is the chief antagonist, there's a countdown, the initiation of the Buster Call, we get a massive aftermath where everybody's bounty jumps significantly. And then we move on to Thriller Bark, which is just another condensed variant of the formula. We have a contained setting, tragic backstories, Gecko Moria acting as the authority figure, Luffy has to beat Moria before the sunrise countdown, Kuma...
Of course Moria's the authority figure. He owns Thriller Bark. He owns it, bro. That's his own that's his own property. Of course he's gonna act as the authority. Who else lives? I'm pretty sure it's a ship, if I remember correctly. So who else lives on Thriller Bark but Moria? It's not like it's a city of people. It's just Moria and a couple fucking guy and experimentations, bro.
Representing the outside escalation, shorter arc.
Yeah, Thriller Bark's a fucking ship. It's his ship. Of course, it's gonna be the authority of it. That's his ship. That's not a good argument, man.
Overall, same structure. Admittedly, the Summit War does shake things up a little bit, but mostly abides by the formula. Luffy ends up going to a new location. The important person that needs saving here is Ace, of course. The entire saga is a rescue mission. The whole ticking clock concept is really the execution. And of course, we definitely get traumatic flashbacks here. Ace's childhood, Luffy's bond with him, Whitebeard's idea of family, and of course, the overall authority figure here is the world government publicly executing a political prisoner to maintain order. And you could say that the larger power structure escalating the conflict here could be any of the above. The admirals, the warlords, the pacifistas. I mean, there's so many of them. And of course, Luffy clashes with these figures again and again, even when he's clearly outmatched. And then we move into the new world where this formula is reasserted at a much larger scale. The Straw Hats arrive at Fishman Island, where of course Shirahoshi needs protection. We get the status quo traumatic flashback involving deep historical trauma between Fisher Tiger and Otohime. The involvement.
Wait, question. Who needed protection in Sky Island? Who needed protection in oh well, we can't say Long Island because that's a goofy arc. That's a gag arc, so that doesn't count.
Of Hody Jones and the New Fishman Pirates, just representing a corrupt inherited authority born out of hatred, and we get the form of the larger power structure.
Wait, who needed protection in Water 7? That's a question. Well, who needed protection in Water 7? Again, it's been a while since I read one. It's been a while since I fucking read that arc of One Piece. But if I remember correctly, I don't think anyone needed protection in Water 7.
Looming through the world government and the racial hierarchy, we get the classic countdown with the Noah falling on the island. Naturally, Luffy beats.
Oh, okay. Who else needed protection in Philibut? That's another question. Who needed protection in Philibut? So it kind of seems like the major story arcs are not always. Sure, they have a formula, yes, but not every arc follows that formula to a 1-to-1 degree.
Hody Jones, the crew leaves, the world reacts, and then Luffy's status escalates. Then we enter Punk Hazard. Once again, we get a new island. The children need to be saved. Flashbacks through Caesar's experiments. The world government and Doflamingo's henchmen escalate the conflict. The poison gas creates a literal ticking disaster. Luffy clashes with Caesar, the crew leaves, and then we go to Dressrosa. And I'm sure you guys are getting the overall theme at this point, so I'm going to try to rapid fire through the next couple of these arcs. Dressrosa, protected figures, tragic flashbacks, false king, external power shielding him, the birdcage countdown, Luffy fights Dofi, massive world reaction. Move on to Zoe, oppressed people.
Was there a false king in Philibut? Was there oppressed people in Philibut? Because again, that was Moria's ship. all the freaking experiments, that was something that he made, and he went out the way to try to get out Absalom from was it Blackbeard? I'm pretty sure it was Blackbeard. Man, Moria went out really trying to get Absalom back.
People, historical trauma, imposed authority, the Yonko escalation with Kaido's crew, the annihilation threat of Zunisha, and then the crew moves on. Whole Cake Island, Sanji needs rescuing, we get an abusive backstory, we get more demonstrations of Yonko power from Big Mom and her crew, the countdown to the wedding, Luffy's clash with Big Mom, the escape, the global fallout. Wano, we have the oppressed nation, generational trauma, corrupt rulers like Orochi, Yonko escalation, the falling island countdown of Onigashima, Luffy fights Kaido, and then the world order shifts. Everybody reacts. The Straw Hats leave. Egghead, Vegapunk and Bonnie need protection. Traumatic backstory of Kuma. Corrupt global authority. Admirals and the Elders escalate the conflict. The escape timer from Egghead Island. Luffy clashes with Kizaru. Worldwide consequences. Now let's stop. Let that breathe for a second. Different arcs, different aesthetics, different characters, but the same structure. You don't have to agree with me. In fact, I don't even think all of these arcs are bad. Some of them are great, but once you see the structure, you can't unsee it. I'm not saying One Piece is bad. I'm saying it's predictable by design. Every arc starts to feel familiar, no matter how good it is. Different islands, different villains, different stakes. Same pattern. And this carries us into section 3, another problem that I have with One Piece. It's never just about helping people with—
And here's the thing, he doesn't explain, that's another thing that he should have done. He should have added what would be better, how would, for example, take an arc that he didn't really like. Or take an arc that he did like. What would he change to basically break that cycle of repetition? Because he's just saying, okay, it's repeating itself, but he's not really explaining how would have been done better if you change this. So it's just like, okay, it's a problem, it repeats itself. Okay, what would you have done to make it better? It's just nope. Back to this section.
with One Piece. It's always something grander, like saving a kingdom. It can never just be a random person. Take Vivi, for example. She's not just a girl in trouble, she's the princess, and her kingdom is under threat. And the Straw Hats have to save Alabasta by defeating Crocodile. Cool, it works. Luffy punches the problem in the face, and then we move on. But then you do it again. The Straw Hats just so happen to meet.
That's funny, because you know how many arcs that is a... No, bro. You do realize how big of a gap that is between Alabasta to Fishman. Do you know how big of a gap that fucking shit is? Let me see. Let's do it right now. Alabasta to Fishman Island arc. How many arcs is that? How many arcs is that? Let's do it here. So where is it? So the Alabasta saga, or yeah, I can say the Alabasta arc or whatever. So, are we gonna start from the saga or are we gonna start from the arc? Well, no, okay, I think he's talking about Alabasta. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's a 15 arcs apart. From Alabasta to Fishman Island arc is 15 arcs apart. That is not a good comparison, because your problem is that you're trying to do this whole important inflation shit, right? But that's 15. That's a 15 arc difference. That's not a good. You shouldn't have used that. That's a 15 arc difference, bro.
Shirahoshi. And of course, what do you know? She's not just some random mermaid, she's the mermaid princess, the most important person on all of Fishman Island. And
It's not a good thing that you use this, because again, that's 15 arcs. That is 15 from Alabasta arc to Fishman Island arc is 15 arcs. It's 15 arcs between each other, bro. That's not a good thing to do that.
surprise, Fishman Island.
Because that it makes it seem that the inflation was a pretty slow inflation by that logic then. Because again, it is a big gap between Alabasta and Fishman Island. So it seems like the inflation is not really much of a big problem, because it's not like it's back. If it's like back to back, that'd be like, okay, understandable. Like but it's like, if anything, it's a little too slow on the inflation, if that's the case.
Island is in crisis. There's an extremist villain, racial tensions, generational hatred, centuries of oppression. And who shows up to fix all of that? The Straw Hats. And of course, Luffy punches out the problem, and then we move on. And in case anyone else thinks I'm cherry picking, oh look, there's another princess in another castle. I'm sure you guys are catching on at this point, but the Straw Hats meet Rebecca, another royal, another oppressed king.
Okay, let's see how this happens then. Okay, then it's back. Okay, and back to back. Okay, that I can see. I don't know why you used Vivi in the first place. That was a bad argument. I don't know why you went from chose Vivi all the way to the post time skip and chose that. If anything, you just went back to back to make your point better.
Kingdom, another tyrant, Doflamingo. Say it with me, everybody. Luffy punches out the problem, and then we move on.
Yeah, no, because there's no racial tension and there's no racial tension in Dressrosa. So what racial tension is in Dressrosa, nigga? Sorry, but again, what racial tension is in Dressrosa? There's none. So it seems like that the arcs are not bad. And also, if I remember, how Rebecca isn't as important as Shirahoshi, because Shirahoshi can control the Sea Kings. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's the one that could able to control the Sea Kings if possible, if she manages to actually activate that power properly. So I don't know. I wouldn't say Rebecca. I wouldn't say the importance inflated, because Rebecca ain't as important as Shirahoshi.
So here's some more food for thought for you guys. Why is it that nobody in the One Piece universe can just be a person? You're probably asking, Shane, what do you mean by this? Well, what I mean is that everybody has to be somebody. Oda needs to give everybody some inflated sense of importance. For example, Luffy didn't just grow up with some random kid, it just had to be Gold Roger's son, the fucking Pirate King.
And what did that do? It's not like, oh shit. It's not like Luffy got treated differently because he is the sworn brother of the son of a pirate king. Nothing ever happened. Also, what's Sabo?
Because of course it was. And this isn't even the worst part. Luffy also grew up with Sabo, who I'm not exaggerating, is also born into nobility. He survives an incident that should have—
No. Ace was not born nobility, bro. Because by the time he was born, his mom died.
absolutely killed him, conveniently loses his memory, and then grows up to become the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. And we're all just supposed to accept this without thinking. But I'll come back to Sabo later because I have a whole section on him. But moving forward, Sanji just couldn't be a regular cook. His backstory with Zeph, oh clearly that wasn't good enough. It turns out that Sanji is a genetically enhanced royal prince from a bloodline of the evil Germa family. Yeah, this is really enhancing Sanji's character so much more. I'm so glad we did this. Also, look at Shanks. Shanks couldn't just—
It is enhancing his backstory because it shows you how he's able to meet Zeph. And it makes sense to why he doesn't want to talk about it because he doesn't like his family. His family treat him like shit. And it also shows oh sorry I forgot I was supposed to make shit, my bad.
Just be a strong pirate. Now his father has to be one of the 5 elders, therefore making Shanks royalty. Oh, but we can't forget that Shanks also has an estranged twin brother who just so happens to be a world noble. Why? Why couldn't Shanks just have a normal family? Do we even need to know Shanks' family? Seriously? Did Sanji really need a cyborg royal lineage? Was it necessary for Luffy to grow up with the king of the pirates' son? In my opinion—
Again, it means nothing. Luffy grew up with Ace means nothing. Because not like Ace got treated any differently because he was the son of the Pirate King. Or just like, oh shit. Marines are like, yeah, you're the son of the Pirate King. And it's like, okay. I never really went anywhere with that.
This isn't depth. I think it's an over-connection, and seriously, despite how big the One Piece world is, I think these overt connections make the world feel smaller. And to the One Piece fans defending this, ask yourself this. Was it really necessary that we had to find out the Queen of the Beast Pirates was Frankie's father? But Shane, they're both cyborgs!
I've got to say, in all honesty, it's the biggest piece of dog shit that I have ever heard.
I could have gone the rest of my life without knowing this. Everybody has to be connected in some weird, intricate way. It amazes me that Oda will tell us some useless piece of trash knowledge like this, but we get no information still after 25 plus years later about the Will of D, and we only get a tidbit of information about the Void Century, essentially confirming what we already knew, that it was a global war, and that the world government had erased history on purpose. Now, to all the One Piece fans here, I'm not trying to be pretentious, I'm just imploring you to acknowledge that as the story has gone on, more characters are revealed to be either royalty, the children of legends, connected to the world-shaping families.
Okay, let's see here. Usopp's not, Nami's not, Brook is not, Chopper's not. Frankly, I'm not sure that's even true yet. I'm not that far into the story that Queen was his father or some shit. The only person that's really special in the Straw Hats are Luffy, but then like again, Luffy doesn't fucking care about Revolutionary Army, so like he doesn't really give a shit. He made a name for himself. Okay, that's basically what Luffy did. He made a name for himself. He didn't get a bounty because he's a son of Dragon. No, he got that shit for himself. He made that shit on his own. Well, I think the only person that has that connected to legends, I think it's Zoro. I'm not sure I count Sanji's connected to. And then Luffy. Most of these niggas on the Straw Hats aren't really connected to royalty or any legends or anything.
directly tied to the world government or the Five Elders in some way. And overall, as large as the One Piece world is, it becomes claustrophobic when every single character is connected to one another in some weird way like this. Everyone has to be super.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Alright guys, try to keep up with me for the next one here. Through time travel shenanigans, we get to meet Kozuke Momonosuke, who I will refer to as Momo, who turns out to be royalty, because of course he is. And once again, the Straw Hats have to overthrow the evil villain Kaido and restore his kingdom. And of course, the Straw Hats bring forth restoration by once again, Luffy punching out the problem and we move on. And it was at this point in the story, after Wano, that I completely checked out. Because the solution is almost always the same. Notice how I'm saying almost always the same. Oda dresses up this fine veneer of a different island, different costumes, and introducing a different villain each arc. But all of it, every single bit of it, serves the exact same narrative function. The only thing that ever changes in this—
Yeah, but you have to realize this is Luffy as a character. Luffy doesn't care about the intricacies of the politics of the island. It's just, okay, I punch big bad guy, shit's gonna fall out on its own.
Story is the power label the story slaps on the antagonist. At first it's, oh, we're just dealing with a marine captain or an average pirate. What are we gonna do? Oh, just get Luffy to punch it, okay. And then it's, oh, this one's a warlord of the sea, alright, gotta be careful here, just get Luffy to punch it in the face. Okay, and now we're at the point in the series where it's, oh shit, this is getting serious, we're dealing with the emperors now. This villain is stronger than all the previous villains combined. And the solution is still the same, Luffy punches—
Nope, you're being naive and bit disingenuous. What about Impel Down? He didn't beat Magellan. He didn't beat Magellan and Impel Down. But what about Marineford? He didn't beat anyone. He didn't beat any Marines in the Marineford. Come on, man. Now he's being disingenuous. Now you're skipping. You're just picking and choosing arcs that are similar. What about in what? What about in fucking What about in Marineford? Did he beat any of the animals in Marineford? No, he got his ass whooped. He didn't beat Magellan. He got his ass whooped multiple times by Magellan. Did Luffy beat Big Mom and Whole Cake? No. The fucking Straw Hats had to freaking form a fucking strategy to get rid of Big Mom. And they didn't even freaking beat her. They just outsmarted her.
in the face. Now, I have a question for all the One Piece fans who are obviously seething in my comment section right now. Do you guys not realize that this is just a different island, different costumes, different villain, but it's the same narrative function, beat for beat, time after time? At this point in the series, Luffy could go Gear 5th, scream Gum Gum Galaxy Cluster, Elephant Nut Buster, Red Rifle Supernova Sloppy Toppy Attack! He could knock out all of the warlords, all of the emperors, every single admiral. He could collapse Marijois. He could beat the Gorosei's ass. Luffy could slap Eam off of his throne and then stretch his fist down into Gold D. Rogers' grave and grab his corpse and fucking strangle him. And you know what, guys? I would feel nothing. Because I already know how every fight in this story resolves. I don't even feel the escalation anymore. People act like raising the power ceiling automatically raises the narrative stakes. And this would almost be true if death actually existed in this universe, and I'll talk about that in full later. But I'm sorry guys, there's no amount of beautiful Toei animation and flashing colors that's gonna be a substitute for good writing. Luffy could scream his head off and throw the best punches in the universe, but if the arc isn't well written, then I'm not gonna be invested in the narrative. And when we talk about narrative, oh my god, One Piece has a pacing problem, and there is so much narrative padding that coats this series. One Piece doesn't just have slow pacing, it has hostile pacing. It took Moist Critical 5 years to finish this series, and he was watching it with one pace, which skips all of the filler. Your boy did not have that same luxury. I was never the same after the Davy back fight round.
I don't care about Moist Critical. Was he watching? Was he binge watching it? What did he take time off of it? That doesn't mean anything. I'm sorry. That's a poor example, because I'm pretty sure Moist Critical did not binge watch One Piece. I'm more than sure he did not do that. I'm pretty sure he did take breaks every now and then. And he just counted that as, yeah, that's his style, count that as length of time I watched One Piece. I would not use somebody like that to prove your point. Because Penguin Zero has other things to do with his life besides just watching One Piece. So obviously it's gonna take time, especially if he's a busy person. That's not a good argument to put there. If anything, you should have used you should have calculated like all the time, and then like, okay, if you binge watched it, it would take this long, and that's too long, some shit like that. Instead of saying oh, but Moist Critical took 5 years. I'm like, okay. Was he watching other things? Was he doing other shit then? Was he busy with other things? Did something happen during his life in that 5 years where he had to take a break from anime for a bit? Like, you don't really know. So it's like, it's not a good argument to say that, yeah, because one YouTuber took 5 years, that means that it's a problem.
Too. But in all seriousness, One Piece constantly stalls itself through contrivances that exist for one reason only: to delay progress. Uh-oh, Luffy is stuck in the pool at Arlong Park. Luffy gets swallowed by a snake in Skypiea and thinks he's inside a cave, because again, this main character has room temperature IQ. Oopsie, Zoro fell into the chimney. What's that, you say? We have to wait 20 chapters before Luffy can arrive on the rooftop in Wano? Now, we all know that these are contrivances that Oda deliberately puts in here to try to stagnate the plot further, and of course you don't want the clash with the main villain to happen immediately. But after a certain point, some of this stuff just becomes ridiculous. The stalling and the narrative padding really draw out these arcs. And at this point in One Piece, if you don't like one of the modern arcs, oh man, I'm sorry, but you gotta strap in, because there is no escape. No short detour here, no palate cleanser, nothing. And this is exactly what happened to me. Wano was a particularly hard arc for me to get through. The pacing of Wano destroyed me, and I just found myself asking, Oda, how many days are we gonna be in Wano for?
And the next day, 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 and the next.
First of all, that's not Oda. That's not what Oda looks like. Why is everyone always thinking that's what Oda looks like? It's not what Oda looks like, though. Let me go back.
And the next day, and the next day, and the next.
That's not what Oda looks like, by the way. So I don't know why people getting these dumb images. That's not what Oda looks like.
Day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day.
Now, I struggled getting through Wano, not because of the island itself, I actually thought that was pretty interesting, but I just really couldn't get behind Kaido. And unfortunately for me, I was stuck with this guy for fucking hundreds of chapters. Now, I don't like to use crude labels like this, so I'm not gonna say that Kaido is a stupid villain, but I would say that he is a little bit underdeveloped, maybe half-cooked. He doesn't really have a personality. I mean, we get a backstory with Rocks, Big Mom, how he got his devil fruit, the rivalry with Odin, I think that was okay. And then we just spend hundreds of chapters on this. But a backstory does not equate to a personality. You can give this character all the lore in the world, and it doesn't mean that he's well written. When we boil Kaido down to his essence, what do we really take away from him? Well, we know he's strong. We know he's an alcoholic, and we know he wants to unalive himself. I mean, are we really describing one of the emperors of the sea or my stepfather? And all of these traits lead to one of the dumbest introductions for a character I have ever seen. Kaido is introduced to us as he attempts to unalive himself by jumping off of the Sky Island. Kaido in this chapter makes a big impact, both literally and metaphorically. And I'll be entirely honest with you guys, when I first saw this in the anime, I thought this was one of the most badass character introductions of all time. Sad to say this, but I specifically remember a younger version of myself tweaking out on the couch, being like, oh, I can't wait for the Straw Hats to take on Kaido. Oh my god. But then you think about this scene for any longer than 2 seconds and you realize how stupid it is. You realize, oh, Kaido is a devil fruit user. So let me ask you One Piece fans a very simple question. If Kaido really wanted to die, then why didn't Kaido just go play in the ocean, huh? Oh, and I can already hear you guys typing in the comment section. But Shane, Kaido wanted an honorable death on the battlefield. Okay, let's take that premise, alright? Let's say Kaido wanted to die on the battlefield. Then why did he dodge Zoro's attack? Why did he build the Beast Empire? Why would he avoid things that would kill him if this stupid fuck really wanted to die? If you want to die, you don't spend hundreds of—
Yeah, it's called an honorable fight. If he was purposely not dodging attack, that's dishonorable. Because he didn't die, that's not a fair fight. Cause it's like, okay, it's basically saying I died, I lost, I let you win. That's not a fair fight. That's not what he wants. So yeah, it's still dishonorable because he's not purposely not dodging attacks just to die. He wants to die in a fair fight.
chapters actively preventing it. So it's either Kaido doesn't actually want to die, or the concept was never truly thought through by Oda. And this is the concept for a character who becomes the backbone of a multi-year-long arc. And this was one of my main problems with Wano. You're trapped in this seemingly endless arc with a character who you couldn't care less about. And while the plot is stalling, we're also being fed the same cycle of gags endlessly for decades. How many times am I gonna have to listen to Brooke wanting to see some panties? Like, at this point, just show the man some fucking underwear. This stuff happens over and over again. We get Sanji, his nose bleeding at the sight of a woman. So many times that Oda actually escalates this into a plot point. Sanji gets a nosebleed underwater and practically bleeds out from glancing at a mermaid. Think about how insane this is. Here we are in an arc with racial tension, historical oppression, political extremism, the legacy of Fisher Tiger, and the driving—
It seems like you have a problem with the tonal. This seems like more of a tone problem. You're saying, okay, this is a serious arc with serious themes, but yet Sanji's getting a nosebleed. It's like, this is more of a tone problem, not a pacing problem.
plot point is, oh, Sanji is bleeding too much because he's horny. This, in my opinion, isn't comedy. I think it's just tonal sabotage. And yes, I know that One Piece is supposed to be a goofy series. I've never had a problem with the majority of the character gags. In fact, I think some of them can be quite funny, like Zoro getting lost, for instance. I'm not saying that the series can't be goofy, but eventually my patience with One Piece really starts to run out. Because we've gotten these gags hundreds of times, and honestly, at some point I just consider this to be wasted narrative space. We could be using this same time to resolve some of the mysteries that—
That's not Oda. I don't know why everyone's using these pictures. It's not fucking Oda. Jeez, man.
Oda himself has introduced hundreds of chapters ago. Oda has introduced so many mysteries into the One Piece worlds, and all of the One Piece fans, they just eat this shit up. The resolution, it doesn't even matter. The Void Century, the Will of D, Joy Boy, the Ancient—
This is not good. He should have put the picture over the damn blur. He should have laid it over the blur so that way we can actually see the image.
Kingdom, the ancient weapons, the true nature of devil fruits, the world government's origin, how did Blackbeard get his powers, where is Laugh-Tale located, what does Eam really look like, and of course, what is the One Piece? And instead of answering any of these inquiries, Oda chooses to do this instead.
Good question. For another time.
Instead, we get hints, teases, half sentences, and silhouettes, just more vague statements that promise answers later on. And of course, I'm not expecting all of these to be answered right away. But I mean, come on, at this point, you think we would have some answers to this universe. Do you guys know how long it took for Oda to actually show us Dr. Vegapunk's face, after all of the years of these bullshit silhouettes and purposely obscuring his head? Hundreds of chapters, years of waiting. You guys ready for this? Was this design really worth over a decade of silhouette hype? Is there any real payoff from seeing this? Oda seems far more interested in setting up intrigue for his series than actually paying it off. And for every mystery that gets partially answered, we get 3 new ones dropped on us. We get so much world building in this series, so much lore density, and Oda excels at this. He does a great job. I don't think Oda is a bad author. All I'm asking for is a little bit of narrative closure here, because when everything's a mystery, nothing feels meaningful. And this brings me to my next critique. Oda tries to create a fake sense of meaning through urgency. The race against finality, or the ticking clock, is one of Oda's favorite tools. One Piece does this thing that I like to call Dragon Ball time. Remember when Frieza tells Goku, "The planet will explode in 5 minutes"? And then these 5 minutes proceed to turn into 20 episodes? Well, Oda does have his own version of this. And it's because so many of the arcs ended the same way, with either the Straw Hats escaping or winning, that Oda has to inject this artificial countdown so it feels as though we have some sort of urgency or stakes. Now, I'm going to be listing multiple examples of Oda using this narrative crutch, but I'm sure, just because of the sheer length and girth of One Piece, pause, that I'm missing something here. But this aside, let's start off with Little Garden, where we have the Wax Candle of Doom. Here we have a countdown where the Straw Hats have to escape the wax before they essentially turn into statues. Then we move into Alabasta, where we have a literal countdown with the bomb about to detonate. In Skypiea, we also have a race against the clock, where Luffy has to stop Enel before he completely erases the island. In Water 7, we have the Aqua Laguna, which is just looming like a natural disaster deadline. Then Enies Lobby with the Buster Call countdown before the island is completely destroyed. Thriller Bark, we have the Sunrise countdown, where Luffy needs to beat the piss out of Moria and return all the shadows before the sun rises. Marineford is pretty obvious, you have to save Ace before the execution schedule. Fisherman Island, the Noah falling, crashing into the island, we gotta stop that. Punk Hazard, we have the race against the poison gas, you gotta get to safety. Dressrosa, the birdcage, enclosing all the people and killing them. Wano, Onigashima is about to crash into the capital, gotta stop it. And my personal favorite, Big Mom wanting birthday cake, gotta get this bitch dessert before she destroys the entire island in a rampage. But my entire point, and the crux of what I'm saying here, is that urgency without risk is nothing but theater. And this is why the race against the clock doesn't work for me anymore in One Piece. This countdown exists to simulate stakes that don't even exist. Oda uses these various countdowns to give you an artificial feeling that the tensions and stakes are being raised. But more importantly, Oda uses these countdowns to truly avoid consequence, because real stakes would require real loss, and that's something that One Piece refuses to do. And this brings—
So essentially just death. You can have consequences other than death, you know that, right?
to what is, in my opinion, the single most egregious, disgustingly narrative, cowardly thing that Oda does in all of One Piece. Fake-out deaths. This is not a nitpick. This is not a handful of mistakes. This is a pattern that is so severe throughout One Piece, it has deprived the series of all narrative tension. There are so many fucking meaningless characters in this series, and yet Oda refuses to kill any of them out of narrative cowardice. Oda wants you to feel as though these characters are dying, without ever committing to them actually being dead. Death stops meaning anything in this universe. There's a line of dialogue in the anime adaptation of One Piece in the Wano arc between Sanji and Chopper. I found this line to be beautifully ironic, and honestly it acts as an allegory and like a thesis statement for the entire series of One Piece, even though this is 100% unintentional on Oda's part. Sanji saves Chopper from Queen and the Beast Pirates, okay? And he says to him, "Don't cry, you fool. How many times have we seen miracles?" And on the surface, this is meant to be comforting, a statement of hope. Maybe it's inspirational. But miracles stop being miracles when they happen constantly. They stop being extraordinary. They stop meaning anything. A miracle, by definition, is supposed to be a rupture in reality, something that should not happen but does so anyway. Yet in One Piece, miracles aren't rare interruptions. This is just the default setting of the universe. Characters survive explosions that level cities. They endure fatal wounds with no lasting consequences. They fucking die only to walk it back an arc later with a bandage and a joke. And when everything is survivable and every sacrifice is reversible, nothing is truly at stake in this universe. And that's why reading this story for me, One Piece has quietly undermined itself the entire time. Oda wants us to cry. He wants us to believe that a moment is tragic, final and devastating, but then it's that same pattern. Over and over, no matter how bad things look, everything will be fine, everyone will survive, and the world will reset. And that's why Sanji's line becomes the perfect metaphor for all of this. Don't cry. You've seen this before. And that's exactly right. We have seen this before, so many times that death has lost its meaning. Now, I could end this segment right here. The point is already clearly made, but instead, I'm going to do something far less abstract. I'm going to go through every fake-out death that I could find in One Piece, one by one, and let's see if anyone can still seriously argue that this doesn't hollow out the stakes. So to start off, we have to trace our steps back to the East Blue, where we have the Mary. No, not the ship, even though One Piece fans probably count that as a death. I'm talking about Kaya's butler, Mary. Kuro literally slashes this man open. We see the blood all over the place. We get an emotional beat, the dramatic framing, but of course he's alive. Moving on, we have Geen from Don Krieg's crew, severely poisoned. This is treated like a death sentence, that we'll never see this character again. Nope, he's fine. Already, we are this early into the story, and it's telling you, don't trust what you're seeing. And then we move into the Brokeworks arc, where the explosions are basically confetti at this point. We have Mr. 9, who is blown up at point-blank range by Mr. 5. I mean, look at this man's face. He is literally eating this shit. And this scene is treated like an emotional death, with Vivi screaming as this man is essentially blown into orbit. But nope, he's alive. And speaking of other characters that survived, we have Miss Monday, who was also blown up at point-blank range. But don't worry, guys, she's completely fine. She only took a grenade to the face, and we just see her fiery corpse, right? With Vivi screaming. But she's good. Don't worry, she's still alive. And then we have Igram, who's blown up by Robin. Like, they dropped both the little boy and the fat man on this guy, and he comes back, I shit you not. This man strolls back into the story. He saunters on in with one single band-aid on his face. One band-aid, zero explanations. You want to know how he survived? Fuck you, that's how. We don't get an explanation. This is genuinely Looney Tunes type shit here. And then of course we have Pell, probably the most infamous fake-out death in the entire series. So Oda writes this emotional scene, essentially giving Pell an entire chapter of his own leading up to the sacrifice. And then we get the sacrifice itself. Pell carrying a bomb meant to destroy the entire country of Alabasta. It's heroic, emotional. We see the bomb go off, and this thing looks like a nuclear explosion. This bomb looks like something ripped straight out of the Subspace Emissary from Brawl. And Pell, after getting this emotional chapter leading up to his supposed death, he survives. Just somehow, don't even think about it, just turn off your brain and accept Oda's work, okay? And it was from this point on in One Piece where death became completely optional. And then moving on, we get Mr. 2, who fittingly has two fake-out deaths, one at the end of Alabasta and the second at Impel Down. But his second fake-out death is especially egregious. He's literally asked by Magellan, any last words? I don't know how anybody could defend this. I mean, the phrase any last words is universal language of storytelling, meaning this character is dead, except no, of course he survives, and then he fucking survives again, and then he survives again. And then at this point in the story, I don't even believe what I'm being shown. Then we move.
Just because the character says any last words means they're automatically gonna die. Because still, again, Mr. 2 has combat ability. Like, I don't know what. I'm just gonna say any last words doesn't mean that person's automatically gonna die.
This guy Pia, where we meet Pagaya, Konus' father, who, in my opinion, gets one of the most absurd fake-out deaths in the entire series.
I agree with the Pell one. The Pell one should have fucking died for sure.
series. This guy gets an entire death scene written out for him where he heroically pushes his daughter out of the way, taking a fatal strike from an L's lightning. It was an emotional and well-written scene, hit me right in the heart. And at the end of the arc, Conus tells the Straw Hats about Pagaya's passing. Chopper saying, "Don't tell me." Nami looking devastated. Conus on the brink of tears. Sanji looking distraught. Luffy's upset. But just then, Pagaya returns from the great beyond for Oda to break the fourth wall and for Pagaya to apologize for still being alive.
You can't keep getting away with it! You can't keep getting away with it!
I mean, this is Oda admitting he knows how ridiculous this is. And the sad thing is, this isn't even the only fake-out death in Skypiea. We get to see Bellamy about to be executed with his neck literally on the chopping block, but of course he shows up later, he's completely fine, so don't worry about it. And then we move on to Jaguar D. Saul. This is going to be controversial for you guys, because I know there are going to be some One Piece clowns that defend this. This is emotional manipulation without payoff. This is one of the most emotionally dishonest fake-out deaths in the entire series. Oda milks the hell out of this scene. Pages and pages. Robin crying. Saul telling her, "You have to live, Robin." I mean, and this is framed as a complete character death and foundational trauma for Robin. Except, fast forward, hundreds of chapters later, Saul is alive. And I know some of you One Piece fans are going to try some retroactive justification talking about how Robin lost Professor Clover and her mother, so therefore it's completely fine because she still has a traumatic backstory, and that Oda actually wrote himself a way out with this because of the Ice Time Capsule attack, even though in reality Aokiji froze Saul with the attack Ice Time. But no, you don't get to do this. I mean, if you want death to matter in your universe, you don't take it back after you milk this shit for tears. Once again, this comes off as Oda trying to emotionally manipulate the audience without any real stakes being involved. Then we move on to Spondum. His spine is snapped, completely broken asunder, and simply put, this man should be dead, but he's not. Why? Oh, because nobody dies in One Piece, that's why. Then we move on to Thriller Bark, where we get Dr. Hogback, who is crushed by ores, a giant weighing hundreds of tons. He lives. Why? I don't know, because Oda refuses to commit to anything. And this is why I say death does not exist in this universe. We have characters with essentially zero narrative importance, and Oda makes these guys immortal. This character, Lakuba, that's right, he has a name. The pirate at the auction house who bites off his own tongue. It's horrific. It's shocking. And yet he's still alive. Like, Oda won't even kill the characters that don't matter. Oh, this shit is terrible. And then we move to Fishman Island, okay? We get Vanderdecken, impaled by a trident. He's alive. Then we get Mocha, okay? She is a child who is subjected to human experimentation. Eats a fuck ton of poisonous candy. It's treated like a tragedy, and then of course, she's fine. She's fine. Brownbeard, this special snowflake, gets 2 fake-out deaths. Also a side note, you know the fake-out deaths are getting bad when even minor characters, fucking nothing burger characters like this, have multiple fake-out deaths, only to later show up completely fine. Then we get to Whole Cake Island where we meet Charlotte Moscato, one of Big Mom's numerous kids that she's pumped out over the years. This man should be dead, flat out. Big Mom rips this man's soul out of his body, and we are told in the manga that he's dead. And this is framed as cruel, final, and irreversible. But then he's just fine, and of course we get no explanation. I mean, there's no lasting consequence, no visible damage, no narrative cost. I mean, this fuck just shows up and he's watching Vegapunk's broadcast casually. And as if this wasn't enough, there's also Charlotte Opera, and the less said about his character design, the better. But this character also has his soul drained by Big Mom, and we can't confirm 100% that he is alive, and we can't classify this 100% as a fake-out death, but I would bet you everything that I have in my bank account, which, to be fair, isn't that much, but I would still bet it that this man is alive. And then we get to the—
No, you can't use that then, because you can't use that because you don't know if he's alive or not. You're just assuming that he's alive based off the previous evidence of the other people surviving other egregious situations. You can't just say, okay, this guy, I think he's alive just based off of other previous. No, that's not good. You shouldn't use this as evidence then.
The champion of fake-out deaths, Peckhams. This man deserves his own category as the king of fake-outs. He doesn't die just once, nor twice, but thrice. Shot repeatedly by Beiji. Completely fine. The second time, this man is shot again by Beiji, this time at point-blank range, off of a cliff, into the ocean as a devil fruit user. Still alive. The third and final time we see this guy, he's turned into a literal pincushion. And let's be honest, he's still alive. Until I see a corpse, a grave, and a funeral, I'm assuming he's alive. Now, I want to talk about Pound, because this fake-out death isn't annoying, it's just genuinely insulting at this point. Pound's entire character revolves around one thing, him never getting to love his own daughters. Never got to hold them, never raised them, never got to be a part of their lives. And so, of course, Oda Oda tries to milk Pound like a cow, and in his final moments, he has Pound congratulate Chiffon on her wedding, and Pound accepts that his love will never be returned by his own daughter, because she never truly knew him. And this is framed as a tragedy, it's framed as final. We have Oven in the background like the Grim Reaper raising his blade to Pound's head. But then, Pound is alive. Like, this shit is ridiculous. It is emotional fraud. You don't get to build this entire tragedy around
Oh yeah, I agree with this one. This one's stupid. Because again, it's Oda build up. My issue is just to build the emotion and nothing there. If it's just a nobody character, and then if it's a nobody character, and then it's like it's not like I only care that much. Then if it's nobody character, but if you have all this emotional build up and shit, and then you just don't kill the character, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's a problem.
Irreversible loss, milk these fucking tears, and then undo it without any consequence or care. And my question to the One Piece fans, when Oda pulls shit like this, why should I trust any emotional moment in this story? These fake out deaths are so corrosive that they don't just cheapen death, they cheapen the overall emotion that I feel when I'm supposed to be reading or watching this story. I hate this fake out death so much because it's not just simply a fake out death, it's a fake tragedy. Pound reunites with Lola and Chiffon. Yay, all's well that ends well, happy, 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 fuck you! And then we move on to Wano, and at this point, this stops being a character problem and it just becomes a world problem. Like, nobody dies in this universe. Because in One Piece, not even the animals are allowed to die. In Wano, we see Kozuki Oden slice this massive boar cleanly in half. It's a moment of shock and a display of Oden's strength. And of course, you guys know where I'm going with this. The pig is completely fine. He comes back. He's rocking a couple stitches on him, looking like a football. You know what, Oda? I'll give you a get out of jail free card with this one because it's funny, but I mean, this is still ridiculous all the same. But this aside, Wano abuses even more fake out deaths. Warden Babanuki literally explodes himself from the inside out, he uses the self-destruct attack, and he's completely fine afterwards. Kinemon gets multiple fake-out deaths. He's impaled, he's beaten by Kaido. Oda fake kills this man again and again and again, and he's always fine. At a certain point, like, you just stop reacting. You just watch this shit and you're like, I don't even care. Orochi also got multiple fake-out deaths, with him being decapitated and burned. Both times, he's just fine. And
yeah, that shit pissed me off, too. When fucking Kaido clearly in the manga, cut his fucking head off, clean off. And it's like, oh, nah, he's alive the whole time. Yeah, it's like, oh my gosh, man.
In addition to Orochi, Kanjuro also got a fake out death, just because why not? Now let's talk about Dr. Vegapunk. And yes, I know you guys are going to be screaming in the comment section, Vegapunk was technically killed, okay? Kizaru put this man down, his body dies. Yeah, but here's the problem, guys. Vegapunk still isn't gone, because all the satellites still survive, his consciousness is backed up into punk records, his knowledge, the thing that defines him, still exists. His mind lives on, even though his body was destroyed. And let's be honest, guys, Oda is 100% going to be putting Vegapunk's consciousness back into a body later on. So I'm gonna ask you guys what actually died here then, because it sure as fuck isn't the character, it's not his influence on the One Piece series, so we are left with zero consequences once again. But don't worry guys, Dr. Vegapunk will be revived soon, but until then you can enjoy Dr. Vegapants, a literal carbon copy of Dr. Vegapunk, except he wears panties on his head. Hilarious. Earlier One Piece faked deaths by saying, well, actually they survived. And now, in the modern day of One Piece, we are still faking deaths by saying, but, they died, but actually their mind lives on. It's a different method, but the same narrative cowardice. Oda always wants the emotional weight of death, while always
giving—
but
here's the thing, though. It's not like it came out of nowhere. The difference of this one was that this was established. That, yes, these like Shaka and Atlas and all this stuff, yeah, they're bits and pieces of me built up on a cloud that has all my knowledge and all my stuff. So the difference between this death and the other ones was because this death makes sense because it was established. It was all like him surviving, his mind surviving it makes sense because again he established prior to his death that hey, these guys are essentially bits and parts of me, right? And we all share the same neural link. So even if I die, well, obviously he didn't say that, even, but all these creations that I got are bits and pieces of me. So for this one, at least, hey, there's a reason why he's not dead because it was established prior to his death that hey, all these other Vegapunks are basically just me with a different body. So that's a difference. That's the difference between this one and that one. It is between this one and the other ones, because the other ones just come out of fucking nowhere. It's just they're just back alive. There's nothing there. For Vegapunk, it was actually built up that yeah, all these other robots are basically just me.
himself an
It was
out.
established.
But after this many fake out deaths, my problem isn't who survived the story. It's that One Piece has taught me to not believe it when someone dies. One Piece has lost my trust. Every emotional moment in this story becomes nothing more than a sad performance rather than anything of lasting consequence. So at this point you may be wondering, okay Shane, well who actually does die in One Piece? Well, I'm gonna break it to you. The majority of deaths in this series occur in flashbacks. Flashbacks are where Oda is the most comfortable killing off his characters. Now almost every character of importance in this series is required to have a tragic flashback, and almost every tragic flashback requires that someone has to die. You want to talk about being formulaic, this pattern is impossible to ignore, and it applies to every single person in the Straw Hats. Let's start off with Nami. Her mother figure, Belmir, is executed by Arlong. For Zoro, we get the death of Kuina, and this occurs very abruptly, but this flashback defines his entire motivation to become the world's strongest swordsman. Sanji, his mother Sora dies in a flashback, and her death exists solely to explain why Sanji is different from the rest of his Germa siblings. Chopper, we get a flashback with Dr. Heerluck. And I mean, this death is so iconic in the series that this is basically Chopper's entire character. Usopp's mother, Banshina, passes away when he's young, and his father, Yasopp, essentially abandons him so he can carry out his pirate journey. Frankie, we have, of course, Fishman Tom, who is executed in a flashback. I mean, again, this is allegedly, because we don't even see the death, so I'm going to assume he's alive. Robin, we have O'Hara being wiped out, we get Dr. Clover being killed, her mother is killed, and then Jaguar D. Sol dies. Of course, until he doesn't. Brooke lost his entire crew in a flashback, Jinbei lost Fisher Tiger. I mean, right there alone, I have already encompassed every single Straw Hat having a tragic backstory with one person dying at a minimum. And this isn't even touching upon the plethora of other One Piece characters that have somebody important to them die in a flashback. Every single one of these deaths always happen before the story starts, or safely out.
But you didn't mention Luffy. You did not mention Luffy. So you can't really say every Straw Hat because you didn't mention Luffy.
Outside of the present timeline. Now let me be clear, I'm not saying that all flashback deaths are bad. I think they can be powerful, I think they can be effective, they can add depth to characters. But with this said, when every character goes through some version of the same emotional blueprint, this shit stops feeling organic. And each time the flashback begins, I'm no longer wondering what's going to happen, I'm just waiting to see who's eventually going to die. And once you've seen enough of this stuff, I mean, my emotional response just gets worn down to a nub. It becomes fucking dulled, okay? And it's not because the themes aren't serious. I've said this before. These are serious themes, and One Piece handles them maturely, but it's because the delivery is so damn predictable. You know the beats, you know the pacing, you know there's gonna be some sort of loss in these flashbacks, and this tragedy has become routine. It stops hitting. And these flashbacks don't just dilute death in One Piece, I mean, they can destroy the pacing, which I already touched upon earlier, but this is especially true during fights. I mean, if you look at Sanji versus Queen, for example, we're in the middle of a high-stakes fight, and then suddenly we need to stop everything because maybe Sanji hit a woman? As if Oda was actually going to turn Sanji into a wife-beater. Be serious, come on now. And then we cut to more flashbacks with drama with the Germa family, flashback to Zeph, Sanji's childhood suffering, moral panic, and I shit you not, in the middle of this allegedly high-stakes fight, we have time to give the mouse a flashback. After a fight with a Yonko commander, we really needed to have a flashback with Sanji reminiscing about how he used to cook for the fucking Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. And this is supposed to be emotional depth. This is nothing more than narrative interruption. I'm sorry to break this to you, Oda, I do not care about this mouse. I could wipe my ass with this thing. This thing just continues to interrupt the fight. The fight needs to stop every 5 seconds so the story can reassure all of the readers that Sanji is still Sanji. Instead of letting the fight actually play out, Oda feels the need to hit the brakes every 5 seconds, rewind, and explain the character to us again. These flashbacks are not being used to enhance the story in any meaningful way, it's nothing more than a crutch, and when you need to stop the fight 5 times over to re-justify a character we already understand, it becomes ridiculous. And at this point, you're probably all saying, okay, Shane, we get it, fake out deaths suck, flashback deaths are formulaic, but surely some people die in the current storyline of One Piece, right? And yes, they do. But here's the catch. When these characters do die in the present, they're either 1, completely insignificant, or 2, emotionally disposable. And this brings us to the present day deaths within the series, starting off with Higema, a mountain bandit from the first couple chapters of One Piece. This character was completely insignificant, he was taken out by the Lord of the Coast within the first couple chapters of One Piece, and I think it's fair to say that nobody gives a fuck about him. And then we have Mr. 11, who we know literally nothing about except for the fact that 1, he's dead, and 2, he worked for Baroque Works at some point. So, great start to the list here. Then we get Ashura Doji. Yeah, this character fucking sucks, man. Like, I was watching the Wano arc, and I genuinely had to ask myself, am I really watching One Piece, or is this my 600-pound life? This man is not raiding Onigashima. This man is raiding the fucking ice cream truck. Oda wants me to feel the emotional weight of Ashura Doji's death, but the only weight I'm feeling is strictly gravitational from his fat ass. Ashura Doji's introduced, and he's around, like, just long enough for you to remember his fucking name. I mean, he just shows up, he grunts, he drinks, he's sad about Odin, and then he dies. And in the story, it's like, oh, well, somebody died, so you have to be emotional. No, the emotion has to be earned, and Ashura Doji never earned this shit. I think the majority of the scabbards become interchangeable as the Wano arc starts to progress further, but I would bet you that he's nobody's favorite scabbard. Ashura's my favorite scabbard, Shane. Shut up, no he's not. Ashura Doji dies from an explosion, which is definitely surprising because we've seen so many characters survive these before. Speaking of the scabbards, we have Izo, who dies from only a few finger pistol attacks from the CP0 agents. These deaths mean nothing. They add nothing to the overall plot. They don't change the story whatsoever. It's a shame these characters don't have the durability of, say, Igrim, Pell, or maybe even fucking Pagaya, because then they'd probably be alive. No, but seriously, to the One Piece fans here, like, try to explain this shit. Try to justify how Igrim, a fucking nobody, could survive an island-sized explosion. Meanwhile, Izo, one of the former commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates, gets taken out by a couple finger pistol attacks. Logically, this makes sense, maybe if you're getting hit in the head with Usopp's 10-ton hammer. And this is where the writing becomes inconsistent, because you have a Yonko division commander like Izo dying to a few finger pistols, but then you'll have other characters like Eustace Kid just getting obliterated by Shanks, a nuclear warhead being dropped on him, and I don't even blink. One Piece has made death so arbitrary that I no longer trust it even when the story asks me to. But this aside, we have other characters that die, like Monet, the bird woman from Punk Hazard, and, you know, let's be honest, why would I care about this big bird looking bitch? Then we have Pedro. Oh wait, no, that's not Pedro, that's Absalom. He's the invisible sex pervert. He dies, why the fuck would I care about him? Then we do get to Pedro's death, and Pedro explodes himself, accomplishing essentially nothing except for trying to free the Sunny. And this is a character that in real time the Straw Hats met about only a week ago. And then we get this emotional camera pan with all of the Straw Hats reacting to Pedro's death. But I mean, as for me guys, I'm sorry, like we barely knew anything about this character. He comes in, he fucking chowsus himself, and that's it. But moving on, we do get the deaths of both Kanjuro and Orochi towards the tail end of the Wano arc, but because these characters were both given multiple fake-out deaths, it really took the wind out of my sail. So inevitably, when these characters did die, I wasn't even sure if it was finalized or not, or if it was just another fake-out death. But moving on, we do get Saturn's death, and you would think this one would matter because he's one of the Gorosei, one of the highest authorities alive in the entire One Piece series. But emotionally, I mean, who the fuck cares? We spend thousands of chapters with this guy, watching him sit around, we don't know him, he's never humanized or explored in any meaningful way. So when you put his death in a series that has trained me over and over again not to trust death when it happens, I don't feel any sense of shock, I don't get catharsis out of watching him die, I don't feel any loss, I don't feel relief, I just move on. But I want to be very clear about something, I do think there are deaths in One Piece, in the current storyline, outside of flashbacks that do work, and I want to give Oda credit for this. For example, Yasui's death in Wano, I would consider this to be a good death. It's public, it's humiliating, it's deliberate, he goes out protecting others. And this death has meaning. I just wish we had more time with this character so I could appreciate him more. But this death reinforces themes throughout the entire arc of Wano. It leaves a scar in the readers. The only problem here is it's isolated, and once again, we don't get a ton of time with this character. Speaking of good deaths, Whitebeard. Whitebeard's death is incredible. I think it's one of the best scenes in One Piece. This man dies standing on his feet. An Emperor of the Sea falls. I mean, this moment matters. You can feel it. The world of One Piece changes because of his death. And Oda deserves credit for this. And now to talk about the death that I'm sure you guys have been screaming about in the comments section the entire time. Ace's death. I think this also works. I'll say this, I did find it frustrating for Ace to turn around just because Akainu is trash-talking Whitebeard, especially when you consider that Luffy, Whitebeard, and so many of these crews from the New World are risking everything to save him. So in my opinion, Ace fucks up here, and this mistake actually has consequences because Ace dies. The story doesn't undo it, and it's not a fake-out death. Ace's death breaks Luffy. He's already separated from his crew, and I would honestly say the tone of the series starts to shift a little bit. And for once, it seems as though One Piece is going to allow this loss to be real. And then Oda panics, because Sabo was introduced a few chapters later, right after Ace's death. And I know there are going to be some Sabo defenders in the comment section. You guys can cry about the third Sake Cup and tell me that the S on Ace's arm always stood for Sabo. I mean, maybe that's true, but let's be honest, the S could have stood for anything. It could have been symbolic, it could have just been a design quirk, but if you guys really want to ride Oda's nutsack and tell me that Sabo was foreshadowed from chapter 1, you go ahead and do that. Back in Alabasta, there was no definitive proof that Sabo was ever a fully realized character. My problem with Sabo is introducing a magical third brother 10 chapters after the most devastating death in the series. This is not organic. pathetic. In my opinion, Sabo's appearance in One Piece has always been reactive. He's always felt like a replacement for Ace, and let's be real, functionally he is. He has the same role, the cool older brother. He serves the same emotional function for Luffy. He eats the same devil fruit as Ace, the Marimara no Mi, because of course he has. You dye this man's blonde hair.
Yeah, because that was Ace's power. So you wanted to have Ace's power. It's not because he just has it. No, because you wanted Ace. Because you wanted to have Ace's power. Because you knew Ace had the flame fruits. And again, the reason why Ace and Luffy didn't talk about Sabo because they thought Sabo died in the when he got fucking blown up by that damn ship. So they thought that he died. So of course they're not gonna mention him.
Black, and he's
But although you could have said, you could have argued that, hey, Luffy should have said that, yo, Luffy should have said that Ace is one of my brothers. So if you said something like that, it'll be like, okay, understandable. But again, Luffy and Ace thought that Sabo died.
Ace 2.0. And the amnesia, oh my god, this is complete bullshit. I'm gonna borrow a quote from my boy Corcus and just say, this is a load of crap straight out of the horse's ass. It's a narrative contrivance to explain why a character never existed, until the story needed him to, of course. Sabo forgot everything, up until the exact moment Ace dies, of course, and then he suddenly remembers.
You're nothing to me now. You're not a brother, you're not a friend. I don't want to know you or what you do.
This isn't character writing, I mean, this is just pure convenience. And then of course Sabo comes back, he's not broken. He's immediately Admiral level, he's fighting Fujitora. He's a top agent of the Revolutionary Army, working directly under Dragon, Luffy's father. Because of course, everybody has to be connected. Sabo isn't a rediscovered character, he's practically installed into One Piece like some weird patchwork DLC bullshit. Sabo's existence alone really just breaks One Piece for me, because I really felt like Ace's death mattered, only because it was final. And then Sabo just comes along and kind of makes him replaceable, both emotionally, thematically, mechanically. If a death can just be swapped out and replaced, then it isn't really a loss, and Ace's death kind of proved that One Piece might have been able to tell a story about consequence, but through the existence of Sabo, it just kind of shows me that Oda really wasn't able to go through with it in the end. And this is my problem with One Piece. It's not the world building, it's never been about the artwork, and not the ambition of the series. It's that nothing is ever allowed to be final. After hundreds of chapters, your boy is abandoning ship. I am jumping off of the Sunny. For me right now, One Piece has stopped feeling like a story. It really has become nothing more than a system of formulaic arcs, padded pacing, artificial urgency, fake stakes, reversible death, and characters frozen in place. To be very clear, I don't hate One Piece. I'm walking away from One Piece, not out of anger, but I'm dropping this because I realized I was watching the same story on an endless loop. But if you guys like the video, I would...
Again, a lot stories, games, shit, repetition, different stuff like that. Didn't really want to say that shit, I'd just be whataboutism, all that bullshit, and I didn't feel like doing that shit.
Look like they're in a zone here. Mitchell with the floater. No good over Ayton. Boy, Ayton cannot get a defensive rebound. He's around the ball so much, but just doesn't come down with it. Three-pointer, no good. Again kept alive by Hartenstein, and a foul.
And this is to drive you mad if you're J.J. Redick. And it's why we have thought, you know, he has called the numbers of different bigs in this matchup. Maxey and Thero hadn't played much. But you better bring a higher degree of intensity and physicality. You can't put two light hands on him and walk casually when Isaiah Hartenstein is trying to go get a rebound. That will not get it done.
One defensive rebound for Ayton in 23 minutes played. The foul was on James. The turnaround jumper no good. And again, Ayton just standing around.
Standing there.
Mitchell gets the offensive rebound. And Redick looks down to the bench to get somebody else's. Ayton pushes Mitchell, count the basket, and one.
And this is absolutely frustrating. Your playoff life is on the floor. This is abject frustration for J.J. Redick. You wait an extra possession. Thero's going to come back in. But the casual nature, I mean, this is another situation where Ayton, Isaiah,
Ayton does not care.
Engage with him a little bit, yes. But now it's just a push. And did Mitchell leave his feet? Because then that would change that into an airborne player And that could change. The timing of that is close.
So they are looking to see if it should be upgraded to a flagrant as the Thunder lead it now by 13. Hachimura and Ayton having a conversation.
Yeah, because Aiden, you're trash. Aiden is garbage, bro. I'm sorry.
Your perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix and make it yours.
Going into OKC versus LA Game 3, I figured that if the Lakers were going to win any game in this series, it would be this one. They, of course, have home court advantage. They have a much more warmed up Austin Reeves coming off of a really good Game 2. Rui remains hot, and overall, they have done enough to be competitive and feel like they can win this series, or at least be more competitive than the 18-point difference in both games would suggest. And on top of that, given the controversy of the refereeing in Game 2, usually when a game like that happens in the NBA, the next game after the whistle is, if anything, swung back in the other direction just for the sake of the league avoiding some criticism. The refs get the call and they say, hey, no more letting flop slide or anything like that in this game, just play it straight. And the OKC Thunder only attempted 10 free throws in this game. So, all of the momentum would be on their side here. It's basically the best case scenario that they have remaining, and they got their ass kicked. They did have a really good first half, but to me, it felt like it was pretty inevitable that they were going to lose this game, despite the fact that I believe they even led at halftime. Yes, right off of an 8 and dunk, they went up 59-57, but they got a really hot first half from Luke Kennard and a really cold half from SGA, and it still felt like they had it, as evidenced by the 23-point win. The series is done. 3-0 lead aside, they finally put their foot on the gas fully and just showed that they were way more superior to the Lakers. Now, I will also be talking about Cavs versus Pistons Game 3. That was overall the more exciting game, but I'm just going to start with the most recent one because that's usually how I format it. But look at the timestamp if you want to skip over to that game. But to give you a little quick summary of this game, the Thunder started off with a really nice play where SGA had a give and go, getting it back from Isaiah Hartenstein on a cut. Then Chet cut when his defender turned his focus to Shea, and then Shea found him. Chet throws it down. Reeves hit LeBron on a lob, but he couldn't finish. For once, Austin actually put the pass on the money, but LeBron just was a little bit too short of it, a little bit too old for that one. The ball went out of bounds off of OKC on that play, and then Austin Reeves immediately lobbed it up to DeAndre and off of the inbound. That tied it at 10 apiece 4 minutes into the game, and then LeBron would draw a foul on a 3 on Dort, but it's called not continuation. I definitely think it was continuation. This one wasn't egregious as the one from Game 2, but I don't know why LeBron can't buy a continuation call, because I distinctly remember 2 other bad not continuation calls from the Houston Rockets series. Midway through the first OKC...
Sorry, I'm just checking something. Anyways, to summarize sorry, it's irrelevant, but summarize the One Piece video. Overall, I definitely agree with the fake out deaths. Oh my goodness. Like, the fake out deaths for One Piece is actually insane. The repetition part, I think that's kind of stupid, because a lot of shit by its narrative are repetitions. They just do a little bit things differently. A lot of other stories do that. Do the repetition shit. Even if when you reduce every story to its bare bones, there is repetition. It's just obviously how you do it and all that shit, whatever. But yeah, the only part I really agree with is the fake out deaths, and like it's the deaths in general. That's my problem with One Piece. One biggest problem with One Piece, it's the deaths. The deaths are very fucking annoying. That's for sure. The mystery boxes or whatever, I can understand why people have an issue with it, but my issue is that if they don't get resolved, if they don't get resolved, um, if they don't get resolved by the end of the story, that's when I will have a problem with it. That's for sure. That's when I have a problem with it. But like the Vegapunk thing, that's kind of your fault, because you expected Vegapunk to look drastically cool or some shit. But that's kind of your fault on that one. So overall, video is okay. I think the only part I really agree with is the deaths. Besides that, eh.
C would end up going on a 12-2 run. Rui ends the drought for LA with a corner three, which would be his third three-pointer of the quarter without missing a shot. The guy continues to be scorching from three. Cason Wallace also went 3 for 3 from outside in the first quarter, hitting one on the elbow after Isaiah Joe stole it from Thero. Joe also hit him on the corner as he was falling out of bounds.
Damn, Luke Kennard. Oh, Luke Kennard, 4 from... That's crazy. Shout out to Luke Kennard. Let's see. Austin Reeves, 17 points. Oh, that's not good. 5 from 13. Fucking... The Rui went off. I appreciate Rui. But fucking... Kleber, 8 minutes of 2 turnovers? Wow, buddy. Fierro got 8 Bro, fuck Ayton at this point, bro. He's 7 foot and he got 6 rebounds. Like, give me a break, man. You ain't doing shit out there. Trash, bro.
On the baseline, so some good distribution from Isaiah Joe. SGA, however, started 1 for 7 from the field. SGA was cold as fuck at first. His jumper was not falling, and Marcus Smart was glued to his hip. It was some of the better defense he has played in these playoffs in general. In fact, after a good defensive play, he had an outlet to LeBron where he passed it to Kennard in the opposite corner. There was a little bit of a loose ball struggle, but Kennard corralled it and nailed the three-pointer, cutting it to 6 over a pretty damn good contest. But OKC would lead 31-26. Lakers looked like they were dying early, had a little bit of a run to close it, but it just feels inevitable the whole time. Kennard was left wide open at the top of the key, and LeBron finds him and cuts it to 3. LA is just playing very well early on. Reeves then got left open and was found on a swing pass from LeBron, and that cuts it to 2. Maxi Kleber checked into the game at this point because... I have no idea. That's a weird choice, JJ. Chet on a drive went to his left on LeBron and then raised for a jumper around the free throw line, which is hell of an off of the bounce play for a 7-footer. Reeves had a no-look pass around the free throw line to a cutting Rui for the dunk, and I should mention here that Reeves's playmaking was great in the first half. He had 7 dimes early on, and though he was not hitting his own shot, he was overall being aggressive and being decisive, and that's a very important thing when you're going up against OKC. You cannot be stuck in indecision. The Thunder kill you in the moments of indecision. That was a big reason why he struggled so much in game 1, and like I said, even though his shot was not dropping like that, that urgency and that aggressiveness and that confidence led to a lot better offensive results for the Lakers. LeBron ends up hitting a 3 in Alex Caruso's face out of the corner. Reeves has a drive and kick to Rui for his 4th three-pointer. He once again has not missed. Then SGA would check in halfway through the second quarter, and he missed another pair of jumpers, both of them being open. So at this point, he's just missing and is now 1 for 9. LeBron hits a LaFuck you 3 over Jalen Williams on the wing to tie up the game, but SGA hits a step back corner 3 over DeAndre Ayton on the switch, and he then tries to do the same shot on the switch next possession, but that one's a brick. Rui hits a pair of free throws, giving LA their first lead since halfway through the first. Luke Kennard steals it from Hart, getting a dump-off pass. The ball goes up to Rui, who finds Reeves for a dunk in transition, and it is now a 4-point Lakers lead. Kennard hit a 3 on the wing, giving him 13 points in the first half. I don't know if I've mentioned him yet, but no, I did. He's been hitting some threes. SGA then closes the second quarter, going 2 of 3 on some mid-range pull-ups, so probably a sign of a better second half. Here's where I wrote in my notes after the first half, I still worry about LA's odds. What are the chances that SGA is this bad in the second half and Kennard is this good in the second half / somebody else steps up and is that good? I still think OKC has this pretty easily, unfortunately. DeAndre Ayton starts with a pair of baskets at the start of the game, got an alley-oop dunk. He catches a lob on the second one, and then Isaiah Hartenstein responded with a lob of his own. And about 2 minutes into the third quarter, the Thunder would go on an 11-0 run, and then the Lakers had a little bit of a scoring run, and then OKC had another 11 to something. I think it was 11-0 run. LeBron broke it with a face-up midi, but OKC was leading by 11 points pretty early into the third. LA started to gain some offensive momentum, but then Isaiah Joe hit a pair of threes back to back to keep the lead at 11 going into the fourth quarter. And LeBron, at this point, I was waiting for it to catch up to him, but man, he was really struggling to put the ball in the basket. His jump shot was not landing and he was not getting to the rim. DeAndre Ayton had a really ugly stretch in the fourth quarter, first half of the fourth quarter, where he just could not come down with a defensive rebound, like multiple offensive rebounds on one possession, and then it ended with a AJ Mitchell drive, and he shoved him basically as he jumped. They even reviewed it for a flagrant. It was kind of borderline. It wasn't that hard of a shove, but yeah, Mitchell made it, and it was an and one. And after he missed his free throw, OKC came up with the offensive rebound. Mitchell got it, and he kicks it to Dort in the corner, who hits a three, and that made it a 16-point game with 8.5 minutes to go. Then AJ Mitchell really turned on the scoring. He hit a pull-up three over LeBron coming off of a screen. He hit a floater where he had to readjust in the air with Austin Reeves on his hip and Rui contesting under the basket. He then hit a mid-range pull-up, elevating high over Reeves. Like Reeves, it was basically like he was shooting over a chair. He had 9 points in the quarter, halfway through the fourth. And from there really isn't that much to say. SGA casually snapped the net on a pull-up three over Smart, taking a 21-point lead with 5.5 minutes left. And like a minute later, the scrubs were in the game. So that was that. Can't blame the refs on this one. I do want to say that my commentary about that stuff, about the ref controversy in the last one, was done poorly. That was probably my worst work of these entire playoffs, frankly. I have had a very shitty sleep pattern lately, and I'm not trying to blame it fully on that, but I just should have caught on to the degree of how egregious some of the fouls were. I just kind of slept walked through it, and I should have watched it over a little bit more closely before I added the addendum to the front of it. So yeah, Lakers fans, well within your right to have been mad about that. It was a bad take on my part, and I retract it. That was a lapse in judgment on my part, but I overall still hold firm that they were going to lose that game no matter what, regardless of the fouls. It's close enough though that I can see you arguing the other way, and I won't argue against that. But at the end of the day, OKC is just the way better team, and there's not much that the Lakers could do about that. If Luka was playing in this series, I think it could be interesting. I think that the Lakers would probably have won at least one game, and probably two if Luka was healthy, but that's not the world we're in. There's just not enough here. LeBron has his first truly awful game of these playoffs. I mean, it's still not the worst, but his efficiency was rough. He went 7 for 19 from the field, 8 assists, 3 turnovers, 6 boards, and a steal, 19 points. You know, it's all right, but it definitely felt like he was struggling every time he tried to create in this one. Rui was amazing again. He is gonna get himself paid this offseason. Like, I don't know how much Austin Reeves underperforming in these playoffs is like actually significant to how it will affect the Lakers cap sheet, because I feel like every dollar that Austin Reeves lost from this postseason performance, Rui has gained for his own contract, presuming that they are going to bring him back.
I wouldn't say that, because again, Austin was injured, so that's the thing. But I would say that Rui's definitely getting paid. He's been the most consistent player on that team, which is not a good thing when you're having a consistent player against your role player.
Are some reasons why they would maybe not do that, but I think that would be kind of wild. Marcus Smart's defense was really good in this one, but his offense that was really helping in the Rockets series just did not translate to this one. Luke Kennard finally had a big game. He was quiet for multiple games in a row, to the point where I didn't even really feel like he should play, but he earned it this time, going 4 of 6 from 3, 7 of 10 overall. DeAndre Ayton, as I mentioned, had that stretch of just no rebounding whatsoever that was really ugly, but before that happened, he was doing an okay job. Thero got in the game, grabbed some rebounds, played some energetic defense, but also missed some point-blank shots and had some turnovers. I don't mind throwing a wrench in there, but it didn't do much. And on OKC's side, Isaiah Joe and Cason Wallace were both awesome in this game. Isaiah was making plays beyond just the hitting of his threes, and then he also hit his threes in a very timely manner, hit a pair of threes at the end of the third quarter to secure a double-digit lead going into that quarter. SGA, terrible first half. Pretty damn good second half, made up for it as much as he could. I still am starting to feel a little bit worried, because if he's gonna struggle like this versus the Lakers, he's gonna have to lock the fuck in versus the Spurs. SGA needs to be perfect or near that for them to beat the Spurs, especially with Jalen Williams out. I've had mixed feelings about OKC going into these playoffs, because J-Dub is a very weird piece on this team for a variety of reasons. He makes the defense a lot better, and I think he is underappreciated for how impactful his defense is. When people talk about OKC's defense, they tend to focus on their guard defense and then Chet, the perimeter versatility, the shot blocking that he brings. But truly, there's an argument for J-Dub being the second best defender on the team, and I personally tend to lean that way because his versatility is insane. He's 6'5", which isn't that tall, but he's got long-ass arms. I believe his wingspan is over 7 feet. Super freaking athletic, really good defensive instincts, really switchable, really strong. He ultimately makes the defense better. OKC's defense in this year's playoffs thus far hasn't been amazing. Like, relative to what they're capable of, they definitely have been a tier below their best. And I think that's because J-Dub's not there. However, J-Dub's offensive fit with OKC is sometimes questionable because his three-point shot is not always the most reliable. And even when it is, he's still not a high volume guy. He's still not respected as like a great shooter. So there are times where SGA gets spacing consequences to having him out there. And J-Dub is also just at his best with the ball in his hands, at least more frequently than it is when Shea is on the floor. So he's just playing the less ideal version of his game a lot of the time. I think that J-Dub has the potential to be a top 15 player in the NBA. And I think there's even a world where if he was on his own team, he would already be categorized as such. Specifically, his fit with Shea, not as much. But also, it lends more opportunity to the AJ Mitchells of the world. AJ Mitchell was awesome in this game. 24 and 10, 10 for 17 from the field. This is a guy who barely touched the floor last year, and now he's basically the second most important shot creator on the team. So he gets more opportunity, and Chet just plays better without J-Dub on the team. So just a lot better. It just seems that he is more willing to be aggressive. I don't know if it's just that he defaults to chilling when J-Dub's there because there's a bunch of offensive options, but regardless, it results in some pretty different version of him who's just much better when J-Dub's not there. So I'm kind of gone back and forth in my head as to if this team is better or not. I like the Jaron McCain addition. This is certainly a more versatile team, and the depth is still amazing. But SGA still very much needs to give you an efficient game and at least reliably 25 plus points in order for them to beat the Spurs, I think. Against the Lakers, you can get away with 3 relatively bad SGA games in a row. His averages in this series, relative to what he's capable of, is atrocious. So he shot 35% from the field. Still diming people up well, still playing good defense, got a really nice block on an Austin Reeves drive from, I think, in the second quarter. But if he's going to struggle against this defense, Stephon Castle's not going to be easier. It's possible that he's just in a cold spell and the Lakers' defensive scheme is like specifically feverishly targeting him the same way that they feverishly targeted Kevin Durant, and it just doesn't work the same because SGA is just a far better playmaker. But it does make me a little bit worried about them. To be clear, this is me talking about the weakness on a great team because, yeah, they just put belt to ass. But SGA specifically, his offense has just looked rough. And I hope that that trend does not continue because though I am rooting for the Spurs to go all the way because I think that's the most fun outcome and I always root for what I think is the most fun outcome, I want that to be a 7-game series. SGA needs to, I want to see the clash of the 2 best players in the NBA. That's the most compelling outcome possible. So the discourse, if he sucks against the Spurs, oh my goodness. Yeah, that's enough. Let's move on to the next game. Well, that was a hell of a way for James Harden to respond to all of the criticism. After the first 2 games of this series, even though he did have a pretty strong fourth quarter in game 2, James Harden caught a whole lot of flack for how he had been performing. And as I pointed out in my commentary after the game 2 of this series, was James Harden is not normally bad for a whole playoff series. I understand that James Harden has a negative playoff reputation. However, it is disingenuous, pedantic even, to suggest that James Harden being bad in the playoffs from the onset the whole time through is like the standard thing. He is known for dropping in really important win now series deciding games, and that's bad, but that does not mean that he is a shit playoff player all the time. This was unique how bad he was, but he has bounced back big time, had 7 straight points for the Cavaliers in the fourth quarter, and held off the Pistons taking a 3-0 lead when it looked like the momentum was leaning their way. Harden started off strong, hitting his first shot on a step back 3, but after he hit that, the Pistons would go on a 7-0 run, with Mitchell replying with a pull-up 3 over Asar, a driving Euro step around Harris, and he actually started 3 for 3 from the field, hitting the first layup of the game. Harden had a beautiful pocket pass to Allen on the roll for a slam. Then on the next possession, Cade would find Duran on a lob. Some good pick and roll mastery and guard to big man duo play right there.
Oh shit! Oh, I know you actually. Aiden gotta be the weakest center I've ever seen. Yo, yeah, legit. Aiden is such a weak center. Man, 7 foot with a fucking 7'6" wingspan and just doesn't use it at all. It just seems like he just doesn't really care. Like a OKC in 4. Honestly, yeah, it's gonna be a sweep. I think so. The Lakers got 13 more free throws, by the way. Oh, really? Did they? Let me check the team stats. Oh yeah, they got a lot. No, they got 15 more free throws. 13. No, they got 15 more. 18 from 25. 19 points is a good game. Wait, are you talking about Harden? Yeah, I think the reason why they consider Harden a good game is because the fact that James Harden, first of all, he was pretty efficient, 8 from 14. Not gonna lie, but the thing is that they will call that a good game because Harden tends to be a big choker during the playoffs. So they're basically gonna say, "Hey, that's a good game for you, Harden, because you've been pretty trash as of recently." Yeah, so they're gonna consider people are gonna consider 19 points for Harden. Oh, he silenced the haters. He played a good game. I'm just like, bro, you just scored. You just had more points. You actually had more field goal made than actual than turnovers. Congratulations. That's what you're supposed to do. Why do you think they traded you for fucking Darius Garland? They got you for a reason.
Allen drove at Asar and finished an and 1 on him, and then the next, like maybe 2 possessions later, drove at Duran again and got a layup and caused the Pistons to call a timeout. Not something you typically see out of Jared Allen, so that was cool. That second layup gave Cleveland their first lead.
Unless he drops one 30-point game piece, one 30-point game piece, that might be considered. Yeah, you're gonna be considering for a long time because I think that Pistons are gonna win. I think that type of Harden is gone now because if you looked at him as he was in the latter years of the Clippers, he's been more of a pass first guy now. So honestly, I don't think you can not get a 30-point bomb from him anymore because that's basically what Donovan Mitchell is there for. Donovan Mitchell is there for to get the 30-point bomb. So unless like Donovan Mitchell has a bad game or James Harden just surprisingly fucking hot and actually gets all of his shots in, you're not getting a 30-point game from Harden. A 19, maybe at most a 25-point piece you're gonna get from Harden. You're not gonna get a 30-point piece from him. That James Harden is gone now. You're not getting that James Harden anymore. You're getting this is the pass first. I'm trying to stay in the league as long as I can, James Harden. This ain't the I want to get the scoring MVP Harden no more.
lead with 5 minutes to go in the first. Dennis Schroeder actually had a really good game in this one, and I have not appreciated his presence in this series at large, but if he is going to be hitting his threes as he did today, then it makes him a lot more tolerable to play. The issue is the consistency. When he's hitting his threes, he's a really damn good guard to have coming off of the bench. He had a really great head fake into a crossover to get by Asar for a drive where he finished at the rim. He hit a corner three earlier than that, and he hit another three at the top of the key off of an offensive rebound. So good stuff from him in the first quarter, but some not as...
True legends are born in the playoffs. You can't deliver in the playoffs. History positions are bad questionable. I mean, to a certain extent. Right, obviously to a certain extent, because obviously there's some records that are in the regular season that are just so unfucking unbreakable. Like I wouldn't call John Stockton like a bad player because he didn't win a championship in his career. So it's like again, I would say I can understand why you go back position because obviously playoffs are like the highest they're the highest like stakes and all that shit for sure. Yeah. But it's like playoffs yeah, they definitely help out a lot, but I wouldn't say it's the end all be all of what makes a good player a very good player.
It's good stuff
or a
for
legend player.
Dennis Karis LeVert did press Schroeder full court and rip the ball from him from behind. Just definitionally the exact...
But I would argue though the Cavs, I would say it's more that the Cavs got lucky because if Harden played like he did in last game, they would have lost.
Use of the phrase cookies is perfectly set for that type of play, but in response, on like 2 possessions later, Schroeder locked him the fuck up, blocked his shot, and forced him to get a shot clock violation. That was good. He seemed to take it personally and really lock in for that moment. You love to see it. Mitchell hit a pull-up long 2 off of a crossover with 30 seconds left, giving him 9 in the quarter. Mobley blocked Cade's putback attempt, and Detroit got a 5-second violation, but the Cavs didn't end up capitalizing on it. But 5-second violation is kind of wild. They didn't even feel like Cleveland's pressure was that bad, but they led by 2, 32-30 after 1. Mitchell cooked LeVert on yet another Euro step, and I have to ask, is there any other player ever who has used a Euro step this much? I know Manu is really known for it, Dwayne Wade is really known for it, James Harden is really known for it, but I feel like Mitchell averages like 3 Euro step layups a game. This guy is one of the most creative drivers of the basketball that I have ever seen. Now, as hot as Donovan Mitchell was, unfortunately, Cade was in the exact opposite place. He was rushing and forcing shots. He was 2 of 10 at the time that I made this note with a little bit time left in the second quarter. Detroit actually only scored 1 point in the first 3.5 minutes of the second quarter, going 0 for 8 from the field. That drought was ended by Jenkins adjusting in the air to finish a layup off of a cut, but Mitchell started to get it going further. He, in a shoebox, completely draped by Jenkins, hit a turnaround jumper from 10-ish feet. Dean Wade hit a corner 3. Sam Merrill hit a wild step back long 2 from the corner off of a screen with 2 defenders on him. It is very much a wild shot from him, but that gave Cleveland a 9-point lead. Cleveland's offense wasn't even necessarily firing on all cylinders other than Donovan Mitchell. It wasn't really much of anything special was happening. However, their defense was locking the fuck up, and their offense was good enough to get some momentum. Duran had a pivot deep in the paint and left-hand slam over Jared Allen after kind of faking him out of the way. That was yet another Pistons bucket after a really long drought. And the thing that was fucked up for this first half for Detroit is they were getting a ton of offensive rebounds. It just didn't matter. Like literally how many... I'll look for the game as a whole because this trend continued into the second half. Yeah, in the first half, oh my goodness, the Pistons attempted 13 more shots than the Cleveland Cavaliers did, and the Pistons shot 37%. The Cavs shot 68%. My God. Yeah, come to think of it, maybe I'm underselling how everyone else was playing outside of Mitchell. Jared Allen, I knew he was cooking because he had the drives and the dunk early on in the first. He was 5 for 7 at the half with 13. Evan Mobley was quiet, but still he took 3 shots, but he made all of them. And James Harden was 3 for 4, 2 for 3 from outside. So, and Dennis...
Oh, no, that's a bad thing for Evan Mobley, though, because if I remember correctly, Evan Mobley was one of the top candidates for Defensive Player of the Year. No, didn't he win at one point? Let me see. Evan Mobley. DPY. Yeah, he won Defensive Player of the Year, and now he's just quiet, doing jack shit. He's just playing like a role player, bro. Come on, Mobley.
Schroeder was 3 for 3. Merrill and Wade each hit the one shot that they took. So actually, yeah, just an incredible offensive half overall. It was just truly Donovan Mitchell who was the loudest, most standout player the whole way through, because it felt like every bucket he got was just really impressive. Literally after a made basket, Mitchell threw an alley-oop to Mobley from half court off of a made basket. Defense still ain't fully set yet, and he found him with the lob. That play was sick. James Harden hit a 3 in Cade Cunningham's face off of a jab step, and he got the foul on top of it all. Huge shot there. Mobley grabs Cleveland's first offensive rebound of the game late into the second after Harden missed the extra point, and he would dunk the ball. Cade hit a tough-ass fadeaway over Harden, which was the first jumper that he had made after he hit a 3 at the very start of the first quarter. Mitchell would lose Duncan Robinson with filthy snatchback cross, probably his best move of the entire game, but it's hard to say, but like truly had him completely turned around, and he would nail the wide open step back 3. Allen, once again cooking here, gets a baseline poster on Duren after Mitchell dumped it off to him in the dunker spot. That capped off a 7-0 Cleveland run, giving them a 13-point lead. They would soon have a 15-point lead, which I believe would be the highest of the game. But Duren got another dunk off of a pick and roll with Jenkins. Feels like Duren just finally learned that he can actually roll to the basket. Like, I appreciate the shot creation stuff from Duren, but that is supposed to be secondary to just the typical big man stuff. And in this game, he was doing the typical big man stuff a lot better. Rolling to the basket, being patient after getting some passes in the dump off spot, like not putting the shot up too fast as he had been prone to do previous. Yeah, just rolling to the basket, catches an alley-oop from Cade. Couple of different dunks that were just pretty damn easy. What do you know, like the most fundamental big man thing to do is actually a pretty good way to score. Again, highlighting Mitchell's creativity on drives. He crosses Duncan like basically nonchalantly, basically didn't even seem like it was a problem or a thought. He was like, yep, I'll get right by him. It's not a big deal. Then he just head faked Tobias Harris, who stepped completely out of the way because he was about to contest what he thought was going to be the shot. Then he Euro stepped around him and reversed it. Cleveland ends the second with a 14-4 run, capped off by Mobley posterizing the fuck out of Isaiah Stewart on the pick and roll. And he also got that from a pocket pass from James Harden. James was really cooking as the pick and roll maestro in the first half, and Cleveland ended up leading 64-48. So actually that's a 16-point lead that would be the highest of the game. But Detroit would come surging in the second half, and I feel like this was well indicated with a few minutes in. Asar Thompson hit a long two-pointer with his foot on the line. Part of me was like, damn, holy shit, he hit a jumper. Cleveland might be cooked. The Pistons clearly have some good juju going into this half if he's going to do that. But then again, also, he finally hits a jumper and his damn toe is on the line. But that shot cut it to 6. They cut it to 5 with Robinson hitting Paul Reed in the dunker spot. Cade with a midi cut it to 3, and then he locked up Donovan Mitchell, made him lose the ball, and he finished over Strus on the break for an and one in transition. And after the +1 at the foul line, he tied the game up, and Cade was just so much better in the second half of this game. First half, Cade Cunningham goes 4 for 14, 10 points, 2 turnovers.
Cool. Let's do some queso now. Overall, James Harden actually fucking locked the fuck in. Actually did something for once this series. Cause he was getting clowned. I don't know how he getting clowned up by USA and shit like that. But let's do some would you rather's. We're gonna end it off with would you rather's and then get the fuck out of here. Oh,
7 feet wide without.
I already did this one. Okay. Guess we can do this one.
Yeah, you'd end up with 7.3 million instead of the 5 million. So everybody in here that just said 5 million right now, you just scammed yourself, buddy.
Would you rather live without water or live without electricity?
Live without water. Because, yeah, live without water. But isn't water electricity though? Because it's hydroelectricity. That's how most people get the electricity. So it's like, if you don't got water, then you ain't got electricity. Or is it just, or is it just like, okay, the sink don't work. Ooh, that's a tough one. 'Cause I ain't got a dishwasher. That's a problem. That's a tough one. Live without water, live without electricity. I'll probably, maybe, I mean, I would say probably live without electricity. Yeah, I'll probably say that if anything.
Electricity? You gonna die if you ain't got no water. What you talking about?
Yeah. And not only that, like hydroelectricity, like you need water to have electricity. So, yeah.
Would you rather never watch TV again?
Never watch TV again, bro. You know, the last I haven't watched cable in years, buddy. Never watch TV again, buddy.
Or never listen to music?
See ya TV. Ain't nothing on TV anyway. What you talking about?
Facts.
Hello?
Who watches
You didn't say
TV?
nothing about YouTube. Goodbye, TV. What you talking about? You done lost your mind. I don't watch TV anyway.
Music again.
Who watches
You
TV?
can still watch my stream, because that ain't counted as TV.
Would you rather never leave your hometown but be rich or travel the world with no money?
How you traveling with no money though? Boy, you gonna sail the high seas to these places, bro. Kind of point of going to traveling. It's kind of the, you want to have a little souvenir or whatever bullshit. I'll still travel though.
How you gonna do that? I'll go left.
Would you rather be a billionaire with no friends or family or be
average?
Average, but have people who love you.
You'd go the right one. Hello?
Would you rather always skip lunch or breakfast?
Breakfast. I don't. Well, me eating breakfast is so inconsistent, bro. Yeah, fuck. I'd rather fucking skip breakfast.
I'd rather always skip breakfast. I feel like most people do that anyway, right? Type 1 if you skip breakfast every day in here.
Would you rather spend one night in a real haunted house
There's no such thing as that, but okay.
or spend a week alone in the woods?
I would rather spend one day in a haunted house than 1 week in a than 1 week in a damn woods. This makes no sense. Obviously in a fucking house.
I'd much rather spend a night alone in a haunted house than a week.
Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, they say. Yeah, I would align to you, because it ain't.
Alone in the woods. Are you kidding me? Do you know how bad that would be? Oh my goodness. I don't think you understand how bad a week alone in the woods would be, especially in the summertime. That would actually, you might die. I know it's only a week, but that's terrible.
Phew! I'm so happy I don't have to choose.
Huh?
Would you rather lose access to the internet?
Whoa. Oh yeah, goodbye internet. See ya. I mean, there's not many things that I would rather give up over the internet, but
no one's losing a limb.
Yeah.
The woods get pretty scary at night. Yeah, and not only that, you have to fend for yourself. And because don't forget, you're spending a week in the woods. That means you have to find food and all that bullshit in the woods. And good luck.
Come on, man.
Let's be honest, but I ain't got camping skills, so I'm fucked.
Yeah,
So
I'd
haunted
say,
house
I'd
I
say
am.
peace to the internet at that point.
Facts.
The amount of people that just said a limb, I'm like actually concerned for a lot of y'all. Dog. The amount of people that I just saw say peace limb is insane.
Forever or lose a limb.
Yeah, I'd say bye to the internet.
Yeah, facts. I'm gonna be there's gonna be some motherfuckers actually unironically serious about losing a limb rather than actually losing the internet. It's actually crazy.
Man, that would suck though. But you're not gonna get your arm or leg chopped off for that. There's no way you would. You'd have to be like the old days and watch movies and like cable TV. That's doable. That's doable. Yeah. Goodbye, internet.
Would you rather find your true love or get your dream job?
You probably gotta, you know what, you gotta be.
Dream job.
Looking at, you know what, you gotta go dream job here, not gonna lie.
Fact, dream job.
Would you rather win $10,000 shopping spree or win a
2-week vacation? $10,000. I don't know what the fuck to do with $10,000. 2-week vacation.
week dream vacation?
Actually, I have some ideas to do with the $10,000, but I'm not too sure it'll be enough for $10,000. I'm pretty sure I'll still have money left over.
I wouldn't. If I won one of these, I wouldn't use either one of them. So
Would you rather be able to teleport or be able to communicate with
teleport? What you talking about? Hello? Again, I made this point the other day, and I'll say it again. The magic of dogs and cats and stuff is the fact that yet you can't talk to them. That coolness factor wouldn't be there if you could talk to them. Not gonna lie. Teleport.
Animals.
The reason that pets are so cool is because y'all can coexist in peace and have a mutual understanding and hang out, but also not have to talk. That's the coolest thing ever. Being able to talk, that would kind of ruin the coolness factor of that right there. So, and on top of that, even if it wasn't just for that, being able to teleport is like the most broken superpower ever. That's just too good.
Would you rather be blind or deaf?
Deaf.
Deaf.
Would you rather shower in boiling hot water or in ice cold water?
Ice cold water.
So you're asking if you would rather die or live. Ma'am, can we be serious? You realize if you're in boiling hot water, you're going to die, right? It's boiling. She specifically said boiling.
Would you rather never eat hamburgers again or never eat pizza again?
Peace out, ham.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With Wix, you can grab yours now and then get to work. Here's why it matters.
Living with your parents in your 20s. Yeah, over the past 10 years, this has become way more popular. And I'm not going to lie, like, honest opinion, this is a great idea, bro. Like, this is an amazing idea. Damn near, I say, a life hack. If you can live with your parents from your early to mid-20s, you have a stable enough house, and they'll allow for you to live with them in your early to mid-20s, saving $1,700 instead of giving it to a landlord. Now, by your late 20s, you probably want to start thinking about getting up out of there. You don't want to get too comfortable and get too complacent, and then you never, ever leave. But your early to mid-20s, if you can live with your parents, that is an absolute life hack. That is a cow that you should milk, and you are blessed to have it.
If you're in your 20s still living with your parents,
For
you're
sure.
a f***ing loser. No motion, no money, and especially no bitches.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. If you have no money, you have a big issue. Yeah, you probably don't want to hold down a job and you're not doing what you're supposed to do if you have no money. There's no reason, no excuse for why you should be living with your parents and broke. You got to pick a struggle. You can't be living with your parents and being broke. And if you are broke and you're living with your parents, you're just not applying yourself.
Yeah, that's what I used to think when I was a kid. I saw these movies and people on social media live out their lives after moving to their own place. I know it was very common in the old days and for the older generations to move out of the house very early.
It actually wasn't common. When people moved out, like that was like a very short amount of time in a very privileged country, probably one of the richest nations to ever exist, where people were moving out and living by themselves. But for most of human history, people either lived like cross-generationally, or when they moved out to move in with the person that they planned on spending the rest of their life with. So like this whole idea of individually living by yourself, I personally think is propaganda. I personally think it was a push to make you feel like a bum if you were living with your parents in your mid-20s so that people would go out into the world and compete and drive up the rent prices. And now here we are. Everybody want to live by themselves, and because everybody's living by themselves, the rent is doubling. I think that was a psyop because for most of human history, it was natural for people to live with their parents, and it was natural for people, if they were to move in with their person that they were going to marry.
Like once you turn 18 and you're a legal adult, you go off on your own and buy a home for the cost of a McChicken. Back then, living on your own was a sign of being independent and having freedom. It was a standard. So for the ones who didn't move out, it was like there was something wrong with them.
Yeah.
But fast forward today, yeah, that's just not happening.
It's crazy.
The more I grew up, the more I realized that moving out isn't as easy as how people made it seem. With the economic state of the world, it's not realistic for someone to have their own place that young. Especially when you're like 18. Bro, you just got out of high school. You probably didn't work your entire life, and if you did, it was part-time at McDonald's or something. And
yeah, that's the worst part. Like, there are some people, like, that's one of the cons of living with your parents, is that you don't want to have to abide by their rules, and you're looking, since you turn 12, all the way to the age of 18, you can't wait to become an adult so you could go and have this freedom that you're looking for, and so you don't want to live under your parents' rules anymore, so you decide to move out. But the biggest caveat is you go and you move out, and you realize the freedom don't exist because you working so hard to pay for the place that you live in and you barely have any freedom. And now you broke and you still ain't got the freedom that you thought you were going to have. So for a lot of people, it's a trap. When you move out too early, and I've seen this happen before, you end up at a low-wage job because you never really had any skills to apply to the job market. Like, you didn't take the time to get any skills. So you end up at a low-wage job for, like, majority of your life when you rush that process. So if you can live with your parents, again, it's just a huge life hack. It's hard to beat.
Even in your early 20s, most people just graduated college and have a ton of debt to pay off. So adding the cost of rent on top of that is just going to be another financial drainage.
Yep.
Either that or you barely started your career and have a little amount of savings, which won't be enough to buy yourself a home, that's for sure.
Yeah,
the
for
idea
sure.
of getting your own place was kind of like a dream that I couldn't experience, at least when it came to my situation. Because after high school, a good amount of people still move out of their parents' home for college.
Yeah.
They'll be out living in dorms, in a new environment. There's tons of events going on in a new city, and they're surrounded by people their own age too. It's
Yeah.
exciting, it's fun, it's new. And after living in a bubble with your parents your whole life, that is the first thrill you get when you move to a new place.
Yeah, but it's not always chalked out to be. Like, when you're in college, you're in a very insulated environment where you can take out loans that you're going to have to pay back.
Yeah, you're in a
And you can pretty much just live the life of a degenerate.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're in a more protected environment when you're living in a college dorm room because it's people around your age. So it gives you that sense of delusion that, hey, living alone is gonna be beneficial. But when you actually get out of college and you actually start, getting a job and all that stuff, you ain't got that support. You ain't got that safety as if you would if you're in a college, because you're in a campus surrounded by other people your age, so it gives you that automatic safety that, hey, there are kids on my age, so they're probably going through the same experience that I am. But when you're in real life and stuff like that, that's not the same.
And act like you're studying for 4 years to get this degree that you're probably using like Chat GPT to like get the degree in the first place. So it's like, yeah, it's not all. It's chalked up to be. And I know this guy, like, there was this guy that I knew. I call it the KT method. There was this guy that I knew in high school. And I remember we were talking about college because we were both athletes. And I was like, bro, are you going to go to college? Because when I was growing up, college was the way. Like, you pretty much, if you didn't go to college, how they made it seem, you were going to just be homeless. You were going to be living in a cardboard box if you didn't go to college. So we were talking about this. And he was like, no, bro, I'm not going to go to college. I was like, why not? You could get a scholarship. He was like, school isn't my thing. And he was never like the brightest bulb or anything like that, but he really decided to not go to college, and he started his life early. He worked at USPS. The dude had some like behavioral issues in school, so he said to keep himself out of issues and trouble, he didn't drink, he didn't smoke. All he did was go to work. By the time we were, we graduated at 18. By the time we were like 24, because he got straight to work, people were just getting out of college with all this debt, and now we're in an environment where like 45% of people never even used their degree. This guy had already owned his first house. And now after COVID, the value of the property has skyrocketed. So now he's just sitting on all this equity in his home because right out of college, he got straight to work. And this dude was putting in crazy hours, don't get me wrong. But understanding that college isn't your strong suit and not wanting to go $60,000 into debt to get a degree in underwater basket weaving, for some people, especially if you know that college isn't your thing, it's a great idea. And people are starting to catch on to this. Like, really, college is only useful if the degree means that you can eventually get a job that's at the very least going to help you pay off all of the loans you just took out, right? And for a
Facts. I think college is very important. I think college is only important if you're getting like a career program, like something like in the STEM, or something like business, like chemistry, something like like STEM, essentially like STEM jobs, like mechanics and all that shit. That's why I feel like going to college is important. But even then though, like you can do like IT or mechanics and stuff like that. You can still do those stuff without even going to college. Electrician, plumbing, like those are jobs that are very important that you don't really need to go to college for. So I would say college is only important for like the career programs. Besides that, college is not very important like that. So yeah.
a lot of people now who are getting out of college, they're either never using their degrees or they're not getting into a job that's actually paying them enough to start paying back their loan debt. So it's like you did all that college work and you went to college for all these years and you're making just as much or less than somebody who just started working right out of college. Like I went to college and got a degree in criminal justice and I never used it. Luckily, I didn't go into debt because I had a full scholarship for track. But either way, it's like for a lot of people who didn't have that, they went to college, and you'll find that in college, what's more
Well, yeah, for me, college is kind of cheap. College is kind of cheap here, since I was born in the place I am. For homegrown like people, college is not that not that very expensive. But obviously, when you hit the universities, that's when it starts to get, that's when the money starts pounding. But yeah, I was lucky enough not to go into debt, but I do regret wasting money going to college to go to a program that I found out, or I eventually not found out, but come to terms with that I'm not that good in. It's sad, really.
useful in life is the people that you'll meet in college. So really, instead of just depending on just your degree, you have to be willing to go. Like I was a part of the marketing club. You have to be willing to go out there and do extracurriculars to actually put yourself in a position to get a job nowadays, because just going to college isn't enough anymore. Now they're saying they want experience. So it's like you go to college for all these years and people don't take that decision seriously. They just do it because they think that that's something that you're supposed to do, and you go and pay all this money. It's like $500 for a book in college. Literally like a week ago, I launched the Reaction Creator Academy course, Turn Social Media Moments into Real Money. Link in the description. And by the way, guys, I wanted to say thank you guys for the overwhelming support. I didn't know how it was going to go before I launched it, but it's doing very well. Y'all showed up and showed out. I really appreciate that. But either way, what I'm saying is, like, people were kind of acting appalled. And of course, these are all haters. These aren't people that are actually going to buy it anyway. These are not the people that I'm targeting for this thing. But either way, like, these same people will have no problem sending their kids to a university where they're going to charge them $50,000 for things that they're never going to apply to their lives, being taught by people who have never actually done the thing before. And I just think that that's insane. Like, when I was in college, there were so many classes that had nothing to do with my major that they were forcing me to take just so that they can charge me more money. And I just thought that that was absurd. And no.
Yeah, yeah, that was stupid because they for that's my school system. For my school system, you have to you have to take complimentary classes. You have to take sure you had classes that were focused on the, like, obviously when you're in a career program, they put you in classes that focuses on that subject and topic. But like another, yet like half of them are just like irrelevant. Like, oh, English class, then you gotta have the second language like a French or whatever, and then you need a complementary. It's just like, and then you have your phys ed class. I'm just like, well, all these half these classes I don't really need to have nothing to do with my concentration. And it's even worse if you go to like a pre-university or some other liberal arts or university of arts program that has nothing to do with anything, because therefore most of your classes are with jack shit. Like, oh, art history. I don't even know about. I don't care about art history. Who cares about art history? Who really needs to know about art history unless you're trying to be an artist? But in a job market, art don't really do much. Art, unless you're like an animator or some shit. That's the only thing you really do for anything art.
Nobody even thinks twice about that entire. I personally think that college has become a racket. I didn't use anything that I learned in college, but I did use the skills that I learned. I did use my ability to sell. Like, I used my skill in sales. I used my skills in marketing. I used my skills in like video editing, the things that I actually had to learn, like the actual skills. Those are the things. As far as like the education and all of those courses, I didn't learn anything. I think it's getting to the point.
Facts. That's true. If anything, if anything, it just helped me learn more about my computer a little bit better. Besides that, the stuff that I learned in college, throughout my years in college, did nothing for me. It really didn't. Those years in college, I find, were a waste, and I think that's gonna probably gonna be one of the regrets of my life, because I could have easily finished graduating and then immediately went to trade school. But what I did is I went to college, basically meandered for a couple of years. Well, yeah, for like 2.5 years, and then I found out meandered for what, 3 years, and then took a break off for like a half a year, and then I went to trade school. If I went directly to trade school, I would have had a job by now. You know, probably would have had my driver's license, all that stuff. But I still have to. I'm still doing one by one, so I'm doing my trade school first, then I'm going to do then I'm going to do driving school and all that stuff. So, yeah, that's one of the things I regret. I regret going to college. I would have saved. I would have had much more money in my pocket then, because a semester in college is more than a whole trade school program where I live. So yeah, and that is gonna be one of the biggest regrets of just going to college. I obviously, college was fun, right? I got to hang out with my friends. I played basketball. I played intramural with my friends. That I like. I don't regret that aspect. But if I were to, in the grand scheme of things, I would have rathered. In a vacuum, it seems nice, but in the grand scheme of things, I would have rathered have just gone straight to trade school than just go to college, meander for a freaking 3 years, and get nothing out of it. Besides some notes that I have in my computer, but I never opened.
Point where people are really going to have to start to ask themselves and question like what was considered to be normal, especially because the environment is changing. Like when you're thinking about college,
But then again, where I live, that's the thing. When I was in high school, we had people we had people yapping about college. That's the thing. People, when it came on to like that's the thing, when it came on to stuff like uh when it came on to stuff like post high school education, they were promoting college all the time. That was like, they promoted college more than trade school and then straight to the workforce. Obviously, they were offhand. They were saying the offhand comments, not offhand comment, but they'll say offhandedly like, yeah, this sage up in trade school, yeah, but there's college though, and just like, yeah, they promote college more than trade school, than trade school, because they know that college because college, they pay you by the semester. They don't pay you by just the whole program in general. They pay you by the semester. But if for trade school, they pay by the program. So it's like, yeah, you take one program for 1.5 years. You just pay for that 1.5 year, and you're set. You don't have to pay for anything else. But for college, you have to pay for every semester. Every semester you have to pay hundreds of dollars every semester, and it was just a big waste of money for me.
you have to.
Luckily, I was working a job. I was working a job at the time, so obviously, I could pay for it. But it's just like, I felt really bad for more of the international students that go to college, and like, what if they fail? What if they get that diploma that does absolutely nothing for them? What then? So, yeah.
Like, wait, is this major that I'm taking still going to exist by the time I graduate? Are there going to be jobs in this department? Is the job going to pay enough for me to actually be able to pay off these loans? I think at this point, if you're not going to school for like some type of medicine or like some type of nursing or something like that, or the STEM fields, it's getting pretty tough. Your degree in underwater basket weaving just ain't applying anymore. And so being in college, like doing all the extracurriculars and doing like the internships that I did, and like I did like an elevator sales pitch competition for like no reason, just because I stumbled upon it and was like, all right, let's do it. And I think I got like second or third or something like that. So like just doing those types of things and putting yourself out there are the things that are really going to separate you when it comes to college. And I think that if anything, that's probably the more valuable part. But again, I don't think you need to go $50,000 into debt to do that. I think you could kind of just do that from getting real world experience, because that's what it kind of is. Hey guys, I wanted to briefly tell you about the Reaction Creator Academy Members Labs. This is where I'm going to teach you how to turn social media moments into real money. In the Members Labs, I'll be growing a channel 100,000 subscribers. Not only that, but you'll have access to a monthly live stream where in that live stream, I'll
don't forget, go if you want to check out the Subscriber Academy, go to here. Go to here to get Reaction Creator Academy. Or no, it's this one right here. This is the members tab, this is the course. So you wanna go to there, go to there. But let's get on to the video.
Tiny room. So I didn't find it to be worth it, and I was a commuter to my local university. But
yeah, that's the thing. For me, I was always interested in getting a dorm, but the thing is that the college I was going to was in like the middle of fucking nowhere. Like if you go like I'll show you now. The college that I went to, the first one, the first college I went to was in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like there was no store. Like you had to take a bus ride to get to the mall. That was the fucking terrible part. The other college I went to was that they actually had like stuff around it and everything. They had like a bunch of stores and all that shit. But like the first college I went to was in the middle of fucking Fuckville. So it's like you have to take the bus, or you have to have a car to get to the place, or else you're basically fucking screwed.
Not gonna lie, when I saw my mutuals post on social media about their college life and being in a new city, I would get some FOMO. Cause you see these people having the time of their lives, making a bunch of friends while you're still at home with parents. You wake up in the morning and you see mama and papa there, feeling stuck in the same place while you're watching others progress. Yeah. There isn't anything wrong.
And that's the thing. I feel that's the thing, bro. I feel that way a bunch of times. I know I think my friend's he's playing basketball. I'm not sure he's playing professionally because we haven't talked a lot. But yeah, he's out there playing basketball. I know my friend's out there playing football. My friend's out there doing that little rich quick schemes and shit like that. So I see my friends traveling and shit like that. So it's like for me, yeah, I get that FOMO as well. It's almost like I wish I can do that. But not everyone has the same situation, don't they? Then I see people, my friends. I know my friends. They're in university. So for me, I feel like I'm dumb because I never got into. I couldn't get past it. I couldn't reach that university level. So like sometimes you just feel dumb. You just like for me, I just feel dumb. Like I see my friends. They got cars and shit like that. They got shit that I don't got. So it's like I feel like I I I I just did something wrong and I just failed.
With living with parents, but there's just some things that you can't do around them. Like sometimes you want to bring your friends over to hang out and party. You can't do that with mom and dad around. Want to bring a girlfriend or boyfriend over? No privacy. You got to be careful on what you talk about on the phone because your parents might be listening in.
Yeah, but don't worry about that, bro. Like there's this period of life in your right when you graduate, in the exact time that he's talking about right now, where you do have that FOMO, where you look at other people's lives and you feel like you're missing out. But oftentimes those people aren't doing anything effective. And there's this whole idea in like the American mind where people are kids forever. And so like because we think that people
Bro,
are like
it's not even just America. It's just the Western mind in general, the Western world, particularly North America, uh 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 like Canada or like the US. It's basically it's more like a first world problem. If anything, it's like the FOMO. That's a first world issue. That's definitely more of a first world problem for sure.
Kids forever. We tell people to just like throw away their 20s. Oh, just go out, have fun. I personally think, and this is what I did, I took my 20s very seriously. I think that like right out of the gate, that's the biggest differentiator. Like that time from 18 to 25, what you do. At first, it doesn't seem like it matters as much. You're working hard, you're grinding, but because you're just starting, you're not really getting as much progress. And then you look out and everybody else is just drinking and partying and having fun, and it seems like you're missing out. But when you turn about 27, 28, you really start to see the separation for the people who applied themselves earlier in their 20s and the people who didn't. And sometimes people who end up doing all that partying and stuff, they end up in like I call it like the big three things that you got to avoid in your 20s that people just kind of tell you to go out there and try to experience. It's like getting addicted to drugs and alcohol. That'll destroy you in your 20s because you can end up in situations where you end up in the second issue. And the second issue is getting in trouble with the law. getting some type of charge that's going to stick with you throughout your entire life and make life harder for you. And the third thing that people do is they go to college and get into debt. And the third thing I think that people should never do in their 20s is take out loans for things that they don't need. You can kind of excuse college a little bit, but sometimes guys will go out there and get like expensive cars and stuff like that in their early 20s that they know they can't afford. And it's just never a good idea. So really just staying at home keeps you away from some of those situations. It may seem boring and it may seem like you're missing out, but trust me, you're not missing out on much. There's plenty of life to live after the age of 25. And if you apply yourself in that like sensitive age, the separation will be obvious by the time you're 30, 35.
With stricter parents, some people have curfews, which is kind of crazy if you're in your 20s. There's this app called Life 360.
No, I never. For me, I only had curfews when I was younger, when I was like below 18. For me, I don't necessarily have like curfews as long as we have communicate, as long as I have communication. As long as there's communication there, then the curfew doesn't really apply.
And it's kind of like sharing your location, except on steroids. Because not only do you know where a person is located, you get notifications of the extra details, like when they arrived at this address, how long they stayed at this address for, how fast they were driving. One of my friends has that type of relationship with their mom, and when I hear about it, it sounds like they're a dog on a leash. This is definitely the reason for what drives their son or daughter away from the house, when they're so controlled to the point they don't find it worth it to be living under the same household. I'm not in that situation personally. Obviously, living with parents comes with some restrictions, but it's not to the point where it's toxic and I feel like I have to move out. But after seeing both sides of it, being a person who stayed home and also seeing friends getting their own place, they both come with pros and cons. These are the trends I noticed. The biggest one being the financial benefit. Whoever stayed living at home typically had more savings than those who moved out. When I asked my friends to go on a trip, the ones who live in dorms have a way smaller budget than those who didn't. And it makes sense because they're the ones who have to shell out a couple $1,000s in rent every month.
You know, it'd be a crazy idea if you had like a 20-year-old living with you, especially if like you could start them early at the age of 18, is having them pay you just like $200 a month and not even using the $200 to pay any bills, just putting it in like a savings account or in the S&P 500. So when they finally decide to move, they're probably going to hate you because you're like charging them $200 to live in a house that they're used to living in for free. But by the time they move out and you surprise them with all that money and it's been saving and getting interest from the S&P 500, bro, that would give your kids such a huge advantage if you did something like that.
Who didn't pay rent, they could use their savings to go on vacations and splurge if they wanted to. It's like an unpatched method. Live with your parents to pay little to no rent and use that extra cash to go on your vacations. Living at home also gives you more free time too. Back in college, I was extremely locked in. I was working 2 jobs, full-time in school, at my prime in the gym. Bench 225 at 130 pounds, you know what I'm saying? I fell off now, but a huge contribution to me being able to do all that was because I had the luxury of other responsibilities taken off my hands. I came home from an 8-hour shift and a meal was prepared by my mom. And because I didn't have to deal with the everyday chores like laundry, dishes, cooking meals, that opened up my schedule to be more productive on other things. Now that I think about it, I would be broke as hell if I had my own apartment. Because not only would I be working less hours because I would spend time doing household chores, but every penny I earned working would have to be used for rent. I would be in a cycle of brokenness. Like I would be working all these hours just to pay for my living expenses and going back to $0. The benefit of additional time and saving money is phenomenal. Do you think I could have uploaded 40 plus videos this year if I lived by myself?
Exactly, and that's one of the biggest benefits of living with your parents, bro. You can just afford, especially at a young age. Like when I see these kids that are 18, 20, I'm like, bro, really apply yourself. Don't be out there just drinking and smoking. Really, I mean, I'm not saying don't be social. Don't go out and meet people. That is also important. It's a balance that you got to keep with it. Trust me, I get it. But I'm saying, too, that is just such a time where you are privileged to just make as many mistakes as you need to. Now, of course, you don't want to take out, like, massive loans. Really, for the most part, you won't be able to because you're just young. So you won't be able to take a loan. But as far as, like, free time and being able to just like try things and try to make videos, try to get on YouTube or try to content creation, whatever you want to do in that free time, you just have such a huge advantage at that age because once you hit the age where you start getting responsibilities, all that free time is always, it's just allocated to other things. You just will never have that amount of free time and the ability to make some of those mistakes that you have at like the age of 18 to like 25.
Absolutely not. By the way, like and subscribe. We're almost at 30K and I would really appreciate it if you click those 2 buttons right there.
Congrats.
On the other hand, people who moved out are more independent. Living on your own shapes you to be someone else and you'll grow in a way that wouldn't be possible with your parents' support. No one's there to hold your hand anymore. And when you remove that security blanket, you become self-reliant. By managing your own expenses, learning to take care of yourself on your own, you evolve. For example, one of my friends could not cook if his life depended on it. One time he served me bacon like this. them shits was still oinking. And ever since he moved out, he had to buy his own groceries, prepare his own meals, and his cooking has actually been pretty good. I'm willing to bet that if
I'm
this
not gonna lie, I remember those days, bro, when fast food was still cheap. When you go get fast food and you was eating food out of a window and it would actually still be cheap, I would get a McDouble. That was like $1.07. I would get a McChicken, $1.07, and a small fry. And if I was really balling that day, I'd go to Chili's and get that 3 for $10 with those. I think they're the honey chipotle crispers. It was amazing. But if I was down bad, bro, egg sandwich.
I'm willing to bet that if this person was thrown in a random city with no connections, they'll be able to figure out how to adapt. And I'm sure that gives you confidence because you can navigate your life through unknown situations. Being out on your own also forces you to talk to people. If you're in a new area full of strangers, you'll eventually venture out to make friends. When you're out exploring the city, you'll probably bump to the people that share the same interests and become very close friends with them. And now your connections expanded from just your hometown.
I think for most people, you're gonna find those friends while you're in high school still.
Facts. Most of my friends that I have now are from high school. Like the most of the friends that I talk to now are from the high school days. To this day, I think like high school, you can argue tiny bit of college, but like unless you're very social in college, then nah. But like yeah, high school is gonna be like where like all where you're gonna know all your homies at.
Like, and that's why you gotta really hold on to those relationships. Those people that you make those memories with, and that in those early years when your brain is still like malleable and you just have like all this nostalgia and all this stuff because you're just young. I think that a lot of people meet their lifelong friends when they're still in high school. Now, I'm not saying everybody. I'm sure people meet some at work and everything afterwards too. But I know for me personally, I met my lifelong friends in high school.
Same time though, for the ones who stayed in their hometown, I feel like the closeness of old friends grew even stronger. Regardless of what social media makes it seem, the majority of people stay with their family even after high school graduation. And because of that, I was able to bond more with the friends I already had. A lot of my closest friends are like 6-7 year relationships that I met from high school. And I don't think I would be as close to them if I moved somewhere else. When it comes to people who are in like a toxic, controlling household, the ones that move out seem to be in a better relationship with their family. You know the saying, absence makes the heart grow fonder? I think in a platonic sense, your parents get used to you not being around the house as often, and they start lessening their control towards you. They see how you're fine on your own and give you more freedom, and hopefully that makes your family get along better. I just wanted to call out the differences between living on your own versus with parents. I know it's easy to get blindsided when you're watching other peers. You're gonna compare yourself with things you don't have, but the reality is, both have their own blessings and benefits, and both have their own problems. It kind of sums up to this video.
Finally, my own apartment. Oh man, this is great. It's peaceful and it's quiet. Hello to my new life. Oh man, it is so nice not being around my parents. And it's great not having to wake up to a vacuum cleaner or dishes being slammed around at 7 a.m. Honestly though, I am kind of lonely.
Bored,
So weird.
yep,
I
you in
don't
there
have anyone
bored.
to hang out with. Man, I really wish my mom was here to cook for me. Hey mom, I miss you. Oh my gosh, there's so many dishes. How am I supposed to pay this bill?
But going back to our main topic, if you're in your 20s living with parents, that's okay. But if you do decide to move out, that decision shouldn't stem from societal pressure. It shouldn't be like, oh, everybody else is moving out in their 20s, so I should too. No, it should depend on what you're trying to accomplish for the next few years in your life.
Yeah, there are so many families that come here from other countries, especially when they're like first generation, and they cohabitate. Like, bro, there's this guy that was at the barbershop, this Hispanic guy, and he was talking about his cohabitation situation with his family members, and they have a bunch of people living in the house, but the guys will go work. The ladies will, for the most part, stay home and take care of the kids. Some of them work, but he said for the most part they're staying home and taking care of the kids, and then they come back and they cook. When there's something broken around the house, there's always somebody that can fix it because all of these guys do like labor jobs, and so they save a bunch of money in these living situations. They're opening up. Bro, one of them owns a taco, like one of those little taco stand, like the not the taco, elote stands. One of them owns an elote stand, bro. They were just talking about how they were doing very well through this cohabitation situation. And I mean, if you could pull that off, you'd save so much money. When people come from other countries to this country, they, for the most part, cohabitate.
Want to be in a brand new environment, venture out, gain some independence, and meet new people.
And it makes sense because not only because you're obviously you're in a whole new environment, so you're gonna be surrounded by the people that you know for safety reasons and for society and obviously for social reasons as well. So living together makes a lot of sense in that case. In that case too.
Might want to consider living.
Like for example, my friend, he's my coworker. I don't know if he works at FedEx anymore. I think he either changed his schedule or he works somewhere else. But he has the same thing too. He came from India and he was cohabiting with a couple of roommates because obviously it's mad expensive. He was in school and all that stuff, so it's mad expensive. So yeah, it's just like when you're moving from a country and shit like when you're moving from a country and shit like that, yeah. Cohabitating or like getting roommates and stuff makes a lot of sense.
On your own. If you want to save as much money as you can for your future, it might be a better idea to stay at home.
Yeah, that's more
nowadays you
important.
really got to consider the financial aspect of it though, because we already know the cost of living and
Yep.
rent is
Facts.
atrocious.
Oh, facts. Yeah. It is atrocious, and that's crazy because where I live, rent is like half of that. So I can't imagine having rents be like $3,000 a fucking year. But I mean, I live in Canada, so I'm pretty sure Canada's a bit different than U.S. But yeah, it's still mad expensive either way.
Have you seen how much apartments cost? I'm not gonna lie, if you a grown ass man and you still living with your mother,
Nigga, stay there.
Exactly.
So you have to think about the trade-offs to even afford it.
Yeah, cause my brother, he's moving in with his my brother's moving to an apartment. I think it's 3.5. Let me see. I think it's a 3.5. It's like a 2.5 or a 3.5, somewhere around there. But yeah, it's something like that. So yeah. But he's not obviously not he's not alone doing it. He has his girlfriend and shit. So, you know.
Might come with having a roommate, a smaller room, living in a dangerous neighborhood. Regardless, if you find moving out to be worth it, that is ultimately your decision. Unless you got kicked out of the house the moment you turn 18, but that's a topic for another video. I do have to say though, when you're an adult living with your parents, it's easy to fall into being baby.
Yeah, you gotta
and what
be
I mean by
careful.
that is that you might still get treated like a 13-year-old even when you're 25. And I think you should be aware that living in this bubble with the comfort of your parents' support should not be a permanent thing. No matter what, you are still relying on them, which is okay, but have a plan. You should not be depending on your parents forever. That's how this whole
Definitely have a plan.
stigmatism was created, where you're that guy living in their mother's basement and incapable of moving out. And I said incapable, because there's a difference between having the full capability to move out but choosing to stay,
Right.
versus having no other choice but to stay.
Yeah, and there's a difference between being broke responsibly and being broke irresponsibly. Like when I was in that phase, I was being broke responsibly. Like I was going to work and paying all my bills, but I was still like one check engine light away from not being able to do any of that anymore. So like you're just in this situation where you're trying to do all the right things, but just some stuff seems to not be working out because there's always some bills to be paid. That's like being responsibly broke. But then there's like irresponsibly broke where you're just kind of like bumming, where you don't pay any bills, you don't work consistently, you work for a couple of weeks at a time just to get a couple of dollars, and then you quit every job that you get. That like there's a big difference between the two. Sometimes it damn near feels like it's worse when you're putting in the effort, but you're still like broke. I understand that feeling, bro. It does suck, but there's dignity in the pursuit.
American culture
There's
does make
dignity
you
in
look
it.
down upon for living with your parents in your 20s, and I feel like a lot of people get insecure when they share that their home life is with their mom and dad. But I also feel like that's when you're dependent on them. If you're financially stable, happy, confident in your life, you wouldn't be ashamed about living with them because you have the ability to move out on your own.
Yeah, it's all fun and games until you show them your bank account. But of course, you have to be applying yourself. And like he's saying in this situation, for some people, it's very hard to apply yourself when you can just live with the comfort of your parents.
But even if you aren't at that stage, if you're working towards something and have a plan, you're fine as long as you're not like leeching off like a bum. Anyway, like and
Okay, yeah, I guess it's good because I remember when I was in high school, I always thought that if you're in your 20s and you're still living, and that's kind of sad, Yeah, I I had that same feeling as well. Always had that. I always had that feeling that like if you don't make it out, man, then it's like you kind of suck. But I think I'm gonna end it right here. So yeah, I'm gonna end it. Okay, guys, I'm gonna end the stream right here. We've been streaming for over 4 hours now. Obviously, I apologize for not speaking a lot and shit like that, but it be what it be. Tomorrow, I'm probably might gonna do either I might do Mouse PI or I might do some anime because I need to catch up on some anime. It's been obviously 9 anime shut down, so that's kind of like kind of been the blockage point, because even with the list that I have of like different alternative sites, I hate the pop up ads, and that pisses me off because I know that when I was in the 9 anime, pop up ads were like they're very minimal, but like now with the other sites, it's like pop up ads every freaking time you click on something. It's annoying. So that's been kind of discouraging me and shit like that of watching anime. So I'm trying to get back into it. So tomorrow, most likely gonna be an anime watch stream. If not, might be Mouse PI. I'll put up a poll, whether that be Mouse PI or anime watching or fanfic reading. We'll see. Or fanfic writing. We'll see. Fanfic. No updates on any chapters. It's still officially on hiatus. Um. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah. Yeah. So it's gonna be tomorrow. Is gonna be. I'm probably gonna be streaming on Twitch. If it's gonna be anime watching or fanfic writing. But if it's a mouse PI, I'm probably gonna be streaming here. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, I'm ending the stream right here. I'll put up a poll. First thing I wake up tomorrow, I'll probably put up a poll, see what's gonna happen there. Yeah, I'll see you guys next. I'll see you guys tomorrow, or I guess later on tonight, because it's like 2:30 in the morning here. All right, guys, I'm out. Peace out.